Here. Okay, welcome everybody to the fiscal year 25 first quarter OHP advisory council meeting. So August 23rd, 2024. It's 10:32, and I will call this meeting to order. So let's start with attendance. We'll start in this room, and then we'll go online to everybody that's attending virtually. We'll start with myself. My name is Jason Blankenagel. I'm the chairman and member at large on the council. And then let's go over to you and then go around the district.
Brett Davis, four-wheel drive representative.
We're Lord Shepherd representative.
See you, Brett.
Brett Stewart, OHD.
I'm Cheryl Butler. I'm the Forest Service rep. I'm Michelle Barragona. I'm the Public Lands Policy Coordinating Office rep and replace Laura.
Morning, everybody. My name is Jorge. I'm the Motorized Recreation Grant Analyst, and I'm with the Division of Outdoor Rec.
I'm Chase Feely. I'm the off-highway manager.
And I'm Rachel Toker. I oversee the OHP Recreation Grant for the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Okay, going online. Let's start with Brody.
Brody Johnson, the ATV coordinator out of Iron County.
Okay, Evan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Evan Beitsch here with the Division of Outdoor Recreation. I am the Recreational Trails Program Coordinator.
Right. Brandon.
Hi, I'm Brandon Stockstill with the National Park Service and the Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program.
Sheriff Curtis.
Yes, Sheriff Nathan Curtis, Sevier County Sheriff. I am the search and rescue representative.
All right, Maureen. Maureen, sorry.
I'm Maureen Casper. I'm the contract analyst for the Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Kurt.
Kirk Chester, the snowmobile representative.
Eric.
I'm Eric Nelson. I'm the dealership representative.
Fred.
Fred Christensen. I'm the OHV safety representative.
All right, Ian.
Ian Wright, Utah Cultural Site Stewardship Coordinator for the State Historic Preservation Office.
Patrick.
Hey everyone, Patrick Morrison. I'm a Recreation Program Director here at the Utah Division of Outdoor Recreation.
Alexander.
My name is Alex Davenport. I'm from Ogden Valley Adaptive Sports, and I was on the RTP volunteer committee.
Okay.
It's just Bonnie. I can't.
Is it just Bonnie?
I think it's just Bonnie. I can't see anyone else. It looks like.
Okay.
Hey, good morning. Bonnie McAllister. I'm the Trust Lands Administration rep.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're looking forward to a good meeting to go over some of the grant applications and the RTP applications as well. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item on our agenda. We've got meeting minutes from April 26th, May 29th, and June 26th meetings. So has everybody had a chance to review those minutes? Are there any questions or concerns on them that need to be brought to our attention this time? Okay. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of meeting minutes.
This is Brody. I'll make that motion to accept those minutes.
Kirk Chester will second.
Okay, motion by Brody, seconded by Kurt for the April. Can we do all three at once?
If the motion is for all three, then I believe we can.
Is the motion for all three, Brody?
Yes.
Okay. Motion by Brody, seconded by Kurt for approving the meeting minutes for April 26th, May 29th, and June 26th. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and I will say aye as well. Okay. On to the next item on the agenda is the approval of the 2024 combined RTP projects. We need any review on this or presentation, Rachel? You fill us in a little bit.
Yes, well, actually, I'm gonna call on Evan Beich. This is his area, his realm now.
Okay.
But I am just going to get on the screen real quick, but you can begin, Evan.
Sweet. Are you going to pull up the minutes from last meeting?
So the minutes have already been approved. We did a combined we approved all 3 minutes, past minutes. So now we're just moving on to the combined.
Well, cool. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for letting me crash this party again today. Again, quick reminder, my name is Evan Beich. I am the coordinator for the Recreational Trails program. I met with you guys back in April, and we approved our motorized submissions for the 2024 RTP cycle. And at that point, I also had introduced to the motorized committee our brand new non-motorized committee, which is the Federal Grants Volunteer Committee. Many of those members have been kind enough to grace us with their time today as well. And so I just wanted to real quickly take this opportunity to kind of introduce our 2 new committees so everybody kind of familiarize with each other's faces and names. Rachel, if I could share my screen, I have a list of our members.
That would actually be, yeah. Do you want to take over sharing for this?
Sure. Be honored.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Sweet. All right. So here's a list of our non-motorized committee members. Many of them made it today, but yeah, there's a couple more folks. As you can see, we have a pretty diverse group of people, which is definitely something we wanted to go for here. We might be adding a couple members next year. But as you can see, we have a couple folks on the federal side. Brandon Stockstale's here today from the National Park Service. We have some representation from the Division of Wildlife, from the different association of governments across the state. Some of the more Parks and Rec types representatives from Utah Recreation Parks Association. Ian Wright with SHPO, who's been kind enough to join us today. We have some adaptive recommendation or representation from Ogden Valley Adaptive. Alex, I think I saw you out in the crowd. We have some water rights folks with us, and I don't know if Brian was able to make it today, but he's with the Seven Canyons Trust. Matthew Podolinsky with the Forest Foundation. Brett McGiff from Department of Health and Human Services. Alicia Ducara from Get Healthy Utah, and then Larry Velarde, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with the United States Forest Service. So as you can see, quite a few folks representing different walks of life, trying to get as many different voices in the non-motorized world as we can, as you guys have obviously pulled off here in the motorized committee. But enough about that. I really just wanted to quickly run through some of our projects that we selected this year, talk about what we can look towards in the future. Something kind of cool in the motorized world. We had 7 motorized applications this past grant cycle. That's quite a few more than we've had in the past. And one kind of thing that I'm noticing moving forward is that we're really kind of skating these differences, trying to find out what the best kind of use of recreational trails program will be versus the over program. And I think we're finding that there's a really nice balance between these 2 programs, and we can really use them to benefit each other moving forward. So yeah, we had 7 motorized applications. All 7 were approved. I think, we're going to anticipating some further growth in the RTP this upcoming grant cycle. Quick review of the 7 different projects we went through or that we approved. So as you can see, I have them pulled up on the screen. Most of these projects benefited our federal partners. And so, again, kind of pointing out some of those differences where we're seeing applicants come towards the RTP versus the over program is really like equipment purchase and maintenance are turning out to be some of the really awesome ways to use this program. We're also seeing people utilize the motorized and the non-motorized grant cycles to kind of have that double benefit. So yeah, I mean, I hope we see as we go over some of these over projects today that there's, really a way we can utilize both these programs to their full potential. But yeah, this is just our quick list of projects. I won't go through every single one of these, but as you can see, largely, again, kind of benefiting our federal applicants. We had a couple nonprofits that stepped up and were able to purchase some equipment to also help out on some of those federal motorized trails. As you can see as well, if I scroll down, let's see. Oh, I'm on our non-motorized, excuse me. We also love seeing applications from, if I can pull it up, where is it? But we work with the Avalanche Center a lot. I wanted to showcase that project real quick. Really glad to see them apply each year, helping out with user safety. So once again, we love seeing the support of that organization. But really, that's the quick overview of the motorized project. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts about those 7 new projects we awarded? Total award amount for motorized this past year was $500,000, and we're anticipating growth in that in this upcoming cycle. But yeah, any questions or thoughts on the motorized projects?
Yeah, this is Fred Christensen. I'm just wondering why you don't have a motorized person involved in your program.
So you are involved in the program. So we have our motorized committee and our non-motorized committee. So you, sir, are on our motorized committee. And so you guys.
Well, I mean, on to the non-motorized, so you can oversee. Because I see some of these trails are all of a sudden popping up over ATV trails.
Yeah, so part of the requirements of the recreational trails program, as kind of stated through like our federal legislation, is that we have to have 2 separate committees to represent those 2 separate user groups. So we certainly do have members in our non-motorized committee that are very knowledgeable of what's going on in the motorized world. That's why we do have a lot of federal representation on our committee. Larry Velarde, for instance, is very familiar with the different motorized initiatives going on. Unfortunately, that's just kind of how it's set up, is that we're supposed to have those 2 separate committees. So my hopes today is that we can, have a quick conversation as to how we can, really network both of these 2 committees together.
Okay.
I have a comment. That was Brody. Brody made that comment. Fred. Okay, that's something that's popped in my head. If the motorized committee had a non-motorized person on that committee, and the non-motorized had a one motorized person on that, just to kind of see what's going on and maybe have some input on saying, hey, we have utilized that area for quite a while for motorized or non-motorized usage, but it's just a thought just popped in my head when he said that maybe it would do good to have one on each committee, have a non-motorized person on this committee and a motorized on the other committee.
Sure, I think Brody had a thought.
Can you show the list of your members on your committee again?
Yes.
All right, scroll down a little bit.
So that's our full motorized committee list.
All right.
So there's 12 members.
So you've got somebody from the state, somebody from the federal government, county, wildlife. What's URPA again? Is that the water?
That's the Utah Recreation and Parks Association.
Okay. What's SHPO?
State Historic Preservation Office.
Okay. Ogden Valley Adaptive. That's for folks with disabilities, I assume.
Correct.
Seven Canyons Trust. I don't know that. National Forest Foundation, Department of Health and Human Services, Get Healthy Utah. Is that like IHC, Select Health?
Well, and I'll kind of emphasize as well. So this non-motorized committee also helps us fund our other federal program, which is the Land and Water Conservation Fund. So some of these different representatives you're seeing are all encompassing of these federal programs. So that's why we're having representation from like the Parks and Rec world.
So I think what the other two are saying is it would be good to have somebody from the actual OHV community there. If you're talking OHV trails, motorcycle trails, Jeep trails, you've got state and federal and county representation, and then trusts and foundations and stuff like that, but not a single person from the OHV community. I think that's what they're trying to get at.
Let me emphasize one more time. So the way the recreational trails program works, and I'm liking this idea, and I'm certainly happy to look into this, but I do just want to emphasize one more time to be perfectly clear. We have two separate committees. both which select our recreational trails program projects. So I brought our 7 motorized applications to this committee, to the motorized committee last April, and you guys selected these 7 projects. So just the voice of the motorized committee is very much involved in this process. I don't want that to be overlooked here. However, I do think it would be beneficial for both of these committees to have that other voice in the room. So I'd be more than happy to see if we could perhaps have a motorized voice within this non-motorized.
I think this is awesome. And some of these grants that you've shown, pretty cool grants and pretty neat stuff. I think on the non-motorized, we just want to also make sure that how do I put this nicely? OHV type trails are not being trampled on by the non-motorized. Does that make sense? And as the ATV representative,
I think we should have that representation in both committees. So I think we'd be more than happy to see if we could have more of that kind of perspective on our non-motorized committee. And I also think if we're going to do that, we should probably have a non-motorized perspective within the motorized committee.
Yeah, I think what everybody's trying to say
definitely would be fair.
Cool.
What everybody's trying to say is we're a pretty dense community as far as user groups. When you look at the Wasatch Front about how much access and how many people are utilizing those, we all need to play nice together. And how do we do that, especially in the funding and trail development cycles, is having that feedback on both committees. And I agree, it should be both ways, or we have the one thing I didn't see a lot is the end user groups. And I see a lot of foundations and government organizations. Do we have like a mountain bikers association, the Utah Rock Climbers, like the hiking groups that are out there doing a lot of the things?
Yeah, that's fair feedback, and I'll emphasize again, this was our first year putting together.
No, absolutely.
We're certainly looking to grow a little bit, and I agree that is an area we've fallen a little short this past cycle is having that user input. And I'd love to see some growth in that area. I do see Rachel has a question.
Evan, it's actually Chase here. I think having this advisement, definitely we can take into consideration and look how to improve all this. I will say the division representation, which Jason Curry does sit there, that's where we really look at the combined effort of taking into consideration on motorized and how they select these applications. That would be Jason's responsibility to make sure it does not overlap or contest or conflict with any OHV or motorized interest there. So I will say Jason will do that. He has done that. You know, I talk with him on the day on a lot of things, and this would be just one of those. However, we can look at, you know, a potential of what we're suggesting here. We just have to regroup with our division to see what makes sense, and then maybe we can bring it back to you guys on maybe some future suggestions. But I will say our agency represents all of recreation, and that's part of Jason's role, as well as the rest of our role within our agency, to make sure all the interests are considered. But I will say right now it is, we need to improve that. We can definitely look into that. Does that help satisfy that need for the way moving forward?
Well, and Chase, if I can add to, I think Evan did mention Larry Velarde, but Larry Velarde is our regional trails manager, but as part of his position, he's also our dispersed recreation and travel management manager. And so he's very savvy in the motorized world. So you know, he does bring a really good perspective that way. So just emphasizing what Evan said, you've got a really great rep from the Forest Service that understand both sides. And I'll be really honest, I'm probably a better rep sometimes in the non-motorized realm, because wilderness and non-motorized trails are a big part of my role as well. And I sit on the motorized council because, again, I understand it. I understand how they interact. So you've kind of got, at least from the Forest Service side, I feel like you've got two folks that understand both sides on both councils. So let's throw that out.
What is an applicant is affecting the other? What are the filters? What does that look like?
So that would be up to, you know, the land managing agency through their procedures. And tell me if I'm not unsure of that. So, and then with our agency, just having the knowledge and having that conversation with all of our, like the voting program versus the OHV program versus non-motorized groups, and having those knowledge. So I guess the procedure is just that we know that there's possible conflicts and that our users are reaching out to us. And when I hear of information of a conflict, I immediately bring it to Jason on that possible conflict. And then we try to work it to find the best resolution there. That helps. Speak on that.
And I guess another question that I have too is there potential to be or to have a project application to the RTP program that's both motorized and non-motorized in scope?
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, is there potential to have an application that's both motorized and non-motorized in
We
scope?
submitted one and it was non-motorized and motorized for purchase of equipment. You guys remember we got into motorized and happened to non-motorized, and that's happened in other projects as well. That's just one example where we split it between the two.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. That's actually an area we're really hoping to see some growth in this upcoming grant cycle is projects that can benefit motorized and non-motorized simultaneously. It's definitely a way for our partners to really stretch some of these grant dollars. So I think there's some pretty great pathways forward for us to utilize both the motorized and the non-motorized sides of the recreational trails program. And I think there's also some really possible pathways forward where we can use the over grant and the RTP motorized grant to really kind of bolster each other. So I think, you know, having all these voices in the room together is going to really have a positive impact. Awesome. That's the really, I don't want to steal too much more time from this meeting today. I did just want to have the opportunity to have these two committees meet face to face here. The only other thing, I don't think I ran through our non-motorized projects, and I won't go through all of those. I will just highlight the numbers here. We did award nearly $2.5 million worth of non-motorized projects. So that was a total of 30 different projects. And then again, those 7 motorized applications, we awarded all 7 of those. So in total, the RTP this year awarded just over $3 million. So looking forward to this upcoming grant cycle. I think we're going to see some new projects coming in on the RTP motorized side that are, again, we're seeing some growth in that side. I don't think previous years we'd seen quite as many motorized applications. And again, I think with some of the changes in especially surrounding the equipment purchase, that we'll start seeing more and more applicants kind of being pushed towards the RTP motorized side for those needs. But yeah, that's my run through. Is there any thoughts from the non-motorized committee? Is there anything you guys wanted to share? Is there anything anyone else in the room wanted to bring up before I kind of let you guys get on with your meeting? Awesome. Well, I do appreciate everybody taking the time to join this meeting today from our non-motorized side, and from everybody from the motorized side. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to quickly present on these projects and have these important conversations. So I do appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Evan, and thank you for the non-motorized committee members to join our meeting today. We will get to know you more as we move forward. Yeah, it'd be nice to see some of these combined projects that we can continue to work on together. So we're looking forward to it. Thanks, Evan.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, let's go on to the next item on the agenda. Item 2 is the review and motion. Oh, go ahead, Rachel. Sorry.
We need to approve these.
We need to approve what?
We need to approve the combined RTP project.
Oh, the combined RTP, sorry. Not so many. Okay. With that being said, do we need to look at the whole list?
I think that we did, and it was submitted in the packet too.
Okay. Okay. That being said, I guess we will entertain a motion to approve the RTP grant funds. Is that right?
Yeah, the combined RTP for 2024.
For 2024. Thank you.
I'll make that motion. I think we've reviewed most of these already, so I'll make that motion. We support them. Approve them.
Okay.
And I'll second that motion.
Motion by Sheriff Curtis, seconded by Scott Wheeler to approve the 2024 projects for the combined recreational trails program. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against? Okay, I will vote aye as well. Those are approved. Thanks, guys. All right, on to item number 2.
Thank you, everyone from RTP. At this point, you're welcome to stay on and listen, but we're going to go into some OHV, our bylaws, and then our review of grants, but you're more than welcome to stay on if you'd like to.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks again, guys.
Okay, third time's the charm. On
Thank you, Chairman. We have our backup system back online and recording is going.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and continue on. Thanks, Brody, for your comments about the bylaws. Is there any other comments about suggested changes to the bylaws regarding the terms in section 2.2? Fernando's not thinking about it.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, if we approve these now, we can still edit in the next spring, or if we do it in the fall.
Have a site visit.
We have a site visit in the fall where we could make look at some of the other suggested changes by Brody.
Okay.
And look at those, because I don't see approving these would affect the addition or edits.
If we did not approve this today, would that mean that Fred couldn't vote?
Potentially.
Yes, most, not having Shane here, we'd have to revisit that, but it will create a challenge, especially if we have an application that was very close and Fred were to vote on that. So,
okay,
I would advise we do at least approve these today to get Fred current.
Okay.
And then we can look at those suggested changes to have more of a council.
More language in there about the council advising on that.
Yes.
Brody, go ahead.
Can we make the motion to approve with the changes that were recommended and then vote on that? Even though it wouldn't be typed in, it would still be on record that that is what is added and that is what's approved.
I think they could be separate.
Yeah,
instead of waiting 6 months or next year or whatever, we vote on it with the recommended change and move forward. Be done in 5 minutes.
I think, Brody, it sounds like to make any change to it, we probably need to have Shane review whatever changes. Well, this is something that has been vetted by Shane at this point.
And we can amend those, because in Article 6, Section 6.1, we can amend those as needed. So if we have another suggested amendment, then we will just take care of it the next one.
Okay.
On those, which is perfectly fine, because that's up to the council to and the builder to do.
So this motion would be to, I guess, to go along with your idea, Brody, if you were to make a motion, it would be to approve this one first and then a separate motion to recommend the language. Is that right?
I could live with that as long as Shane reviews it by the next meeting and we re-vote next meeting.
And that
and that'd be a part of the agenda and one of the agenda items.
Okay.
So that it's not forgotten.
Question, if I understand this correctly, so a council member can do a 4-year term, do another 4-year term, and if they're off for 2 years, they can come back again and do one 4-year term or do the cycle again?
Cycle again.
Okay. Okay. So I don't understand how this affects Fred. You need to explain to me how it affects Fred.
So currently, we just say we could serve 2 terms total. Fred served before my time another term, and then he served.
And he was awful.
Yes, but he's technically Fred is on his 3rd term right now. And currently, with our bylaws, that is not allowable. So this is why we're making that amendment. Also, as you said, bringing people back that are really important to the OHV community, and so on and so forth.
I thought he was on successive terms, but he isn't. So okay, that would make sense.
Just making it so that he's actually a voting member and make
And there was a gap between some of those three terms.
Yes.
Yeah.
there was.
Served gap, served.
And then Fred, yeah, feel free to talk on your behalf.
Yeah. When I was on council before, we did it for Mark H. Williams, and we allowed for 2 years to go in between, and then you can reapply for the council. We were approving the minute or the bylaws then, and that's what Fred Hayes apparently was putting in it. And that's how all that started.
Yeah, so we're kind of.
I think it was like 8 years between my terms.
So whether it was changed or not, this was the current one within our records that we do have. So that's why we just wanted it up to date, what we suggested. Especially with your approval as a.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about these changes? Okay, we'll accept the motion.
I make a motion that we accept the bylaws with an understanding that Shane will review the recommendations that were just made and that we will revote at the next meeting, and it will be an agenda item.
I second that motion.
Okay, motion and a second. Does that work for these bylaws with that language? Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I will vote aye as well. Welcome back, Fred. Good to have you on.
Hey, Brody, before we continue, I don't know if the live YouTube is just like spinning and spinning. So I just want to bring that to your attention that I'm not sure the issue got fully resolved. If that becomes record or anyways, just wanted to share that it's still just spinning on Evan. So,
yeah, so that would be our AV team.
I don't know if that's the same issue as they were talking about earlier.
It might be. Case Hall, are you on right now?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Just an FYI.
Just in case, you know what I'll do? I can start recording this meeting on my end.
Yeah, you may want to because it's still sitting on Evan. Since you're not on lunch.
Oh, recording available. Okay.
We are monitoring. The state is still having issues with the network. We're chasing our internal IT folks. But yes, we do have a recording going. Rachel, if you'd also hit the backup record. And we will close the meeting entirely afterwards.
So they are recording it, or it's just
Okay,
not.
it's just not live.
Okay, that's fine.
Just making sure that like, that matters. It's just spinning.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next portion of our meeting. We're going to open it up for public comment. What we want to do is just give members of the public who desire a few minutes, like 3, maybe 4 minutes to add comments. And then because we do have a full agenda, so we want to make sure that we keep going with that. But,
which means it's going to be muted in our system.
For all members of the public that wish to ask questions or make a comment, we give you that opportunity now. So,
Hang on just a sec. Paul, you're unmuted and it's making a bunch of noise over here. We can't mute you.
There it is.
Thank you. That took us a second. We were just talking about this type of odd scenario. Yeah, the state network has suffered something widespread. They're still troubleshooting that. We've rolled off to our backup and are starting a third backup recording, so we'll have that back online. We will be reposting the entire meeting later tonight, and we're still chasing our usual suspects on the networking side.
Never happened to me like this.
Quick pause for a minute while you get the reporting back up and going.
Right now, any of folks participating at state facilities, for instance, Chris Wood at the Wildlife Regional Office in Price, he may not be able to return to the meeting. We're connected because of a backup Comcast network. So those using private ISPs do not appear to be impacted by the Google Meet connectivity issue.
Okay. I think we're okay, because I don't know who the wildlife person is. I don't know if they're assisting you, Paul, but it seems like all of our council members are likely home and not on a state network, unless potentially Bonnie, are you on a state network or are you home or at a different location?
Yeah, I'm home. Everything's good on my end.
Okay.
So if we still have a quorum, it would be my recommendation we're good to proceed. As I said, we will repost the record, and we do have a text transcript of the proceedings, so we do have a complete record.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bob.
Okay. Second time to charm. We'll go on to number 3, public comments. Go ahead, Brett.
Okay, so I got 2 questions. One of them is a comment that Scott brought up, and also Brody. Sometimes, I mean, the advisory council is here for a reason to make decisions on what the next step is going to be. And we also had in the very beginning with this whole program, sort of a 4-person committee, and we discussed changes that are going to happen, and then they bring it to the advisory council, and they would discuss it. And then it would go on the record that you're going to do this proposal, run it through the chain attorneys. It seems like this one popped up quick and you didn't even know about it. And I know what you mean by, you know, our purpose here is to discuss this stuff and then, you know, vote on it. But this came before you even reviewed it, and we're voting. So does that make sense?
I'd seen it a few days before, but what I'm saying is
you need to.
I would like to figure out all of how we operate this. And, you know, and I bring this every time, we're an advisory council, and we should be utilized that way.
And that's kind of my point. There's been a couple other things happen. It's like, well, we made that decision. One of them, is, for an example, is when they decided to put the trail crews with non-motorized and motorized. In the very beginning, when we discussed the trail crews, it had nothing to do with non-motorized, it was motorized. But now all of a sudden it's on the ground that they've been mixed. So I think things like that ought to be discussed with the council here and make a decision, is that the direction we want to go? So that's the other question. And Rachel, raise your hand.
Yeah, so relating to the grant itself, it's item 10.3, and I know I've been talking about this, but we're having like a vision meeting because there's some kinks that we're trying to work through. And it's something, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because we have the ability to make a lot of changes, but again, it's kind of hard to convey it. And I don't know if it's email. The issue is like if we convey something to you guys, it has to technically be a meeting for transparency's sake. So if that's how you would like to proceed, that's totally fine. But I definitely want to get a vision meeting on our calendars to kind of go through something. But it will likely be an internal one first, and then kind of discussing it after with everyone regarding the grant itself. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Just little things like that, I think would be excellent, because that's why they're here.
And we're good, Brett, because you are very, like, you are a staple of the OG program from the public viewpoint.
Okay.
Hey, Brett, can you come move closer to the speaker, because I can't hear you one thing.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yes.
So, Brody, did you hear what my comment was?
I heard part of it, and so I didn't understand all of it because it was I guess you guys' microphones are cutting in and out.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, just speak super well. I mean, don't yell, but speak loud.
Okay. So what my concern was is I I can hear your concern and the same as Scott Wheeler's, that we want, so in the very beginning, when this whole program started, we have sort of a 4-person committee that we discuss things of how the rules and categories and everything. And then it comes before you guys as the advisory council to make decisions on it. And then it should go for a vote, like maybe the next meeting or whatever, just so that you guys are a part of the decisions of what the ideas are that's coming before you. And I've even heard from others that sat on the council that they feel like, why are we here if we're not a part of the very beginning decisions on changes, right? And so I think what Rachel mentioned would be fantastic is just run it past you, let you know, rather than lay it on the table here at this meeting and say, let's vote on this. So
I like that a lot. You're right. We do represent our individual groups, whether it's snowmobiles, ATVs, Jeeps, motorcycles, whatever. Yeah, we've got to be involved as much as we can in all aspects. You know, and we recognize we don't have decision-making abilities on every single thing, and we're just a kind of an advice and consent type of a group. But yeah, sometimes it just seems kind of interesting. Sometimes the state or the government in general just has all these committees and councils that sometimes seem powerless, seem superfluous. And so it would be nice to have, you know, if we're representing these different groups, we need to be able to actually represent them. We need to be out talking to them, getting what do they want, what are their views on this or that, and bringing that back to the council. I hear all the time people are getting frustrated with motorized trails, and then people want to put non-motorized stuff next to it, and then before long the non-motorized takes over and just kind of noses the motorized stuff out of the way, or they start putting in trailheads that, oh, it's open to everybody, but then it becomes just open to bikers or this group or that group. And so we need to be involved in all aspects of all of this. If not, it's kind of worthless.
exactly. And the other thing that I've mentioned, and I'm not here to try to stir the pot, but I just want to voice the opinion of the public that I hear out on the street, and that's all I'm doing here. The other one is, for an example, the trail crews that we have out there. We've been talking about trail crews for 4 years. We finally got it into place, and coming to find out, it's a mix with the non-motorized and the motorized, and nobody knew that it was going to be a mix. I want to focus on the motorized because that's what we are. That this OHV restricted counted for is for motorized, and now we've got a mix, and they're consuming a huge amount of the time and taking half the crews and doing non-motorized. So that's a huge concern of the public. So
and to back that up, just recently there was some at a particular jamboree, there was some trail damage, and I had suggested to one of the organizers of the jamboree that they probably should make contact with Chase and everybody else and start getting these trail crews out there, get them on the list, get them on the schedule. He said, not worth it. They're doing non-motorized out on Pine Valley, and they're busy doing that, and they're going to be tied up for who knows how long doing non-motorized. And so, yeah, there's frustration from the OHV community about that, which I wasn't aware of. I assumed that they were doing much more motorized and less non-motorized, but apparently it turns out it's the other way around.
And so that's why I would like to see it brought before the advisory council to discuss that before a decision is made at the state level. And so that's just kind of one of the things that you guys are important here. Your opinion represents the whole community, and we need to involve you more before things happen and changes and decisions are made like that. So I'll leave that there. Other question is on, and I talked to, go ahead.
Right before you get into your next question, is it okay if I ask my own question and then also respond?
Yeah.
I'll start with responding. So I know that there's been a lot of issues with our trail crews. We actually had small internal meeting, and I know Brett was there, but we actually are trying to map out what we're doing and if it's non-motorized and motorized. So in that meeting, right now we've focused currently 45% motorized and 55% non-motorized. We're trying to even that out. We hear you guys, we understand, we're working on it. I know Patrick Parcell is also working with the trail crew who's with the division. So just again, if you hear something, let us know. We like, it's new, this transition, and we want to hear what you're doing right. So just
sorry for saying something, but let the non-motorized create their own crews that do their own thing, that they don't intermingle. Maybe they have some coordinating meetings to make sure that they're not stepping on each other's feet, but the motorized trail crew needs to be doing 100% motorized, not 45%. Or if we want to make it a little bit better, needs to be 50-50. But either way, they really should be doing, motorized trail crews should be doing motorized trails 100% of the time.
Brody, as you know, as stated previously, and as we've been clear about communication on the funding sources, there's 2 separate funding sources allocated to this crew. So we understand that there probably should be some focus on certain areas, but to be effective right now, especially with our capabilities, that is why we are doing all trails to be effective. A lot of, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cheryl, a lot of land managing agencies do both sides of the trail, not separating the motorized between non-motorized. And so that's where we could see ourselves most effective right now. And in the future, if there's a need to have a separate motorized trail crew and a separate non-motorized trail crew, that's definitely something we can look at. We love that advisement. But from the beginning, this has been the clear communication on the funding sources.
So I guess the question then would be, is there a waiting list for the motorized trail crew to do things? And if there is a waiting list, how long is the waiting list?
So those details, I don't know exactly for sure, but there is an overloaded amount of trails that need to be maintained. And we are prioritizing on what's ready now and what we're capable of right now. You know, I can for certain say the Richfield Trail Crew probably does a lot more motorized projects, more than our Northern Trail Crew, where there's a bunch of diverse. Nate Condor is doing a great job, and Brian Carter out. And Brett, you talked with Nate Condor and his crew. They said, what did they say on the majority of their trail crew projects? Was it motorized? It was motorized. I don't believe like that thing, but their trail crew that came in the office. Oh, there was a bunch of them lined up. Yeah, there's most of them, but especially that crew, most of their projects is motorized compared to maybe our Northern crew, who does a good mixed project almost. So the priorities is just what's available now, as well as what we can do with our capabilities. And again, this is our first year implementing this trail crew. We're learning from what we need to do, and we will keep it at that 50-50 split because there's 2 funding resources so that we can be most effective right now. Does that help kind of clear that?
And even at the end of the day, I think we all appreciate the trail crews for what they do. They do some hard work. They do some terrible, nasty work out in the heat and the rain and the mud, terrible trail conditions. So we do appreciate them, and I don't think anybody's trying to disparage them. But yeah, just would, at least on the OHV community, they in some ways they're feeling a little left out, and they just see more things going non-motorized, and that may or may not actually be fact, but the perception is that OHV, the OHV community is getting a little bit left behind in the dust on a few things. You know, definitely they feel it from the federal government in many ways, and for the longest time they hadn't felt that from the state side, but sometimes they're starting to sometimes wonder and feel that, and so just again back to the perception. Perception is a lot. Perception means a lot, and if we just got to make sure that, you know, fair. Got to be fair.
Brody, so I went up to DNR and had a meeting with Rachel about a different issue. And so I ended up sitting in a meeting and discussing these issues and the concerns of the community. So the meeting went very, very good. Rachel mentioned it a few minutes ago. And so I think we're going to see some good changes coming, but I did voice the opinion of what it is out on the street, exactly what you're talking about. So I think there's going to be, Carly is a gal that's kind of in charge of that department of the trails, and she's very much appreciated the concerns to hear them. So I think we're going to see some pretty good changes coming. But again, I think you guys it should be reviewed through you guys before a lot of them decisions are made. And so I'll leave it at that. So.
After Fred, can I make it?
Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I could have say Nate and them guys down here, they went right out on the Parker and helped me out there, and they jumped right in. And when we've asked them to do stuff for the Waiute Trail with no hesitation whatsoever, they just go do it and have it all done before we can even turn around. So all I can say is that they've been good for us, but I see a lot of non-motorized going on too.
I think they're going to do a great job trying to correct the issues. You raise your hand for
Yeah, so I was just gonna say, for me, that definitely helps to know that there is this mix of non-motorized and motorized funding. And I think as one of the people that are having work happen out there, right, this is something I can also make sure to really clearly communicate with our trails program managers and through Larry Velarde to the other units, making sure we have that split. I will throw out there too, though, the division right now does have limitations as far as heavy equipment operation. And so that kind of limits some of the trails that right now they may be able to do work on. And I know in the future, they're looking, right, to get their folks more trained in dozers and mini X's. And I think once we get to that stage, that's going to open a lot more trails for them to be doing work on. Because right now, sometimes the single track and non-motorized trails, they're a good training ground for starting to understand drainage and tread and that kind of thing. And then as their crews build up more expertise, I think even more options will open up, right? So it's a training program, but it helps me to hear this conversation. I'll share it internally with the Forest Service for sure, because as we're selecting those projects, I want to make sure we're keeping that mix. So I'll just throw that out there from the Forest Service.
I'm not putting anybody down at all. This is exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Looking at the future, I mean, right now we have close to 300,000 OHVs licensed. You know, we need to be prepared for when there's 500,000 of them out there.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, this is the first year, the next year, and just kind of something to look at is I'd like to see trail crews out there on each different sections of the state and they're available because, for an example, you guys know Charlie, he tried to get them up there and there was an issue and he gave up on trying. But I think those things are in the works of being corrected, Brody, just so you know.
Yeah.
And also on the funding, there's a lot of questions. Is the OHV community funding the non-motorized? I was told in the meeting that they're taking some money out of the outdoor rec fund that's funding both of them. So the OHV is not funding the non-motorized, and then they said they were limited on funding. And the way I see it, we are not limited on funding through the OHV restricted account. We can put 10 crews out there once we're ready to evolve and we're prepared to put 10 crews out there. So we want to use that funding up first and then use this one, but we can't say we don't have the money to do it because we do. So anyway, it was a great meeting, man. The crew was awesome. It's a work in progress. So, but anyway, I just want you guys to be a part of it more than what has been, my opinion. Okay, one other thing that I have a question for Chase is, so I've been working with the American Fork project and it's line number 21 that's been put on hold. The question I have on that is, Chase, is I thought that we was going to hopefully get the recommendation from this committee to move forward, but it won't be funded because we're going to actually move it over to the outdoor rec committee, but that's not till the end of October.
Yes.
That's 2 months away. Is there a way that we can keep this on the agenda for approval and then just in case we needed to move forward, we could?
So I don't know. We'll have to look into those administrative details, but we can certainly discuss it. We're already going to present it before the OAC. If there's any concern with this council on that actual grant, but we're already looking towards potential funding from multiple resources on a bigger scale because we can only approve 350,000 here. We've already been in constant communication with Utah County and the Pleasant Grove District with Russ Hansen, and we already intend to see where we can fund that project to make sure that we can open up ANK. So that's where I say we can discuss, and I won't say just hold the money. We can utilize this fund, the over fund, along with some potential other funds, even without the official approval here. I think advisement from this council is definitely well needed, but I don't think we'll need to approve anything here, especially if you guys don't have any concerns with still utilizing some of the over funds, because we all know AF Canyon is not only used by motorized recreation. We could look at potential non-motorized recreation funds for the outdoor adventure. Does that help?
Yeah.
By that, we can discuss that more when we actually get into that brand.
If you're willing to look at that, that would be awesome, because we don't want the funding to hold up the progress because it's been on hold for 2 years.
And it's never been a funding, it's been the ability of who can do the work.
Right. They got an MOU with Utah County, so that's why they're able to apply.
Yeah, so that's where I just need to follow up with Utah County to see when they can actually do the work.
Yeah.
And
That's more.
you need to I need to connect you with Renee too, because there's a sense.
Yeah, and yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just be in connection. Because we look at our grants across the forest and make sure that we're not competing against ourselves. And I feel like we're missing the forest piece. So you and I can be in touch. We're all supportive of it. We just need to make sure we all know what's going on.
So that's where I came and asked the question, if it's a D road, maybe the OHV community, and that's how it's started.
It's great to get momentum behind it. That's a huge important.
I think we can discuss on having the ability to use a fund, but as far as the approval pieces, we have to work through to make sure you're following, the operating procedures and policies of the Forest Service, Utah County, as well as our ability to fund them. So a lot of different pieces that we're actively working on, and that's where we're just following up and hopefully getting it sooner rather than later. We definitely want the canyon open yesterday. Everyone agrees to that, but we need to make sure that everything falls in line appropriately and in a timely manner.
We just want to expedite it, because now that this could be the beginning of the funding if needed, and I don't know if the other fund could reimburse it if we got this approved. But it all depends on when they're willing to move forward with the project, start moving there.
I'm just super nervous about the engineering and all that stuff that has to take place.
That's the process.
They need to get on the map and when the snow clears, right? So my heart sank when I saw that it was on hold. I hope
it's not officially on hold. It's especially with funding. The work, it's not work ready right now. So to hold it isn't the fact of funding. The hold is to make sure someone can actually start the work, whether it is Utah County or Forest Service. The engineers already assigned.
Yeah, they've been working on this.
Oh, they're already working on it right now.
It may be done.
Didn't know that.
It may be done.
Yeah. So that's, the engineering is already started. So this has been all summer that we've been working on. So
we can't.
Don't think that this is just starting now. It's already been started and we've already discussing it. And our agency's already been at the table since what, March or April?
It was April when first.
So we've already been there to discuss this because it definitely affects our grooming program. We groomed through that section. We've had to adjust the past couple of years because of this. So.
And Chase has been fantastic in helping move this. So we just don't go post it on Facebook.
Well, no, there's a lot of other people in my
they're all concerned
of anything about this.
Yeah.
That have been talking constantly to Utah County, and
that's where I see the Ranger. Since this year. Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thanks, Brett. Scott, did you have some comments?
I have a question. I don't want to complicate this, but let's say the Forest Service gets funding for us for a trail cap. What can they use it on? If OHB money is doing partial funding on this trail cap, and they have matching funding on it. What can it be used for? Can it be used for non-motorized use?
Yeah, we've already cleared this in a few other.
Even though it's motorized money funding
If
this.
they partially fund it and other partial funding comes from their own funding source, they can split the use of it.
So the Forest Service will split that. It doesn't have to come from a non-motorized other entity because.
Yes, because their own funding mechanism, same with like a county, right? Or another state agency that had mixed funding.
Okay, let's say a nonprofit applies for a dirt bike to use to maintain a single track trail. Can that dirt bike be used to maintain a non-motorized trail, bicycle trail?
So it depends on the funding mechanism of that. If there is all provide the whole entire expense for that bike, then that should be used for all motorized funding.
I can't recall any application saying that when we have a piece of equipment, other than one, that it's going to be matched with some other type of funding to be used for non-motorized usage. Now, that came up in fact, sure, you're supposed to give me the documentation because we was a grant application that was going to be 50-50 non-motorized and motorized. Is there documentation available on that?
So not that specific, we haven't even purchased.
They haven't even got it yet?
Give me a minute.
No, you were supposed to give it to me.
We don't have it yet. So I can't give you any documentation on how it's used.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to wait.
Okay, that's, I just.
But I definitely heard that loud and clear and have that in my notes. And I've already talked with all of our trails program managers that we need to have a good tracking mechanism for that.
Yes.
So I heard.
And you know what? I'm not against using this equipment.
Yeah, no.
I don't want my funding from motorized funding to pay for a non-motorized trail unless somebody is willing to kick in from their side of those, hey, you know.
And that's been the same with search and rescue, right? It can be used for other things if they match that part with their own fund. I mean, we've already discussed this, I think, multiple times on this. So if we see a SAR, a comparable equipment purchase, there's other funding sources, and you know, Brian Carter down on the Fish Lake's done this exact thing as well. They have their own funding resources so that it can be used across the board in a more efficient manner.
We also have in our contracts, and our contract person is actually on this call, Maureen, but we have it in there that if they purchase equipment, it has to be utilized for the life of the equipment for its intended purposes for at least 10 years. So we have that in our contracts. We're working on, or it's been thought about, it's kind of just doing it and figuring out how to do it, is how we, after a grant is closed out and completed the project, how do we do a follow-up? How do we confirm that the equipment is being utilized properly after? And so like that is a concern, it is on our radar. But again, when it comes to purchasing equipment that we know is going to be used for multi-purposes, motorized and non-motorized, that's when the matching fund really comes into play. So it's something that we're thinking about furthering, but believe me, it's on our minds at every extent of the project.
And that would be really nice to have for our information too at these meetings moving forward is if you're able to quantify dollar per mile trail type thing, or you know, what are the funds that we're doing? I mean, we see the signs. I went up to the track, they said your registration dollars at work to help this track. Great. What value am I getting for that? I think that would be helpful as well.
That's been a question all along, is what value are we getting out of these funds? And our job is to make sure that we work as efficient as we possibly can be and make sure it's not being abused.
Right.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying the checks and balances. It's tough. I mean, these people have a ton of things to do, let alone chase down and say, well, did they use the chainsaw 50% for non-motorized and 50% for motorized? So.
Yeah. Sheriff Curtis, I said you promised, did you have anything to add on those? Or?
Yeah, I was making comments about the same thing Chase said. I have concerns about when we, especially on the SAR side, when some of it gets put as there's law enforcement purposes and things like that, that we make sure we follow those guidelines. The other thing I was mentioning is that I know on a federal grant I did, they require us to report every other year and maintain that piece of equipment on our side for at least 3 years. So there is language out there, Rachel, that you can use for that.
Yeah, and I think we have it in our contracts. I was going to try to pull it up. Maureen, are you on this call? Are you actively on this call?
I am.
Do you mind pulling up the contract where it states the 10 years for equipment purchases?
Yeah, give me a minute and I'll send it to you.
While she's looking that up, that 10 years, that reminds me the Grand County SAR one that we've looked at in here. Their whole thing is they rotate through their 6 machines every 6 years.
So it says so it says 10 years or the life of the equipment.
Okay, so they determine the life is 6 years.
Yeah, it kind of depends on their usage and what works for them ultimately. But we have instated that because in the past we've actually run into this issue before, and that's why it's now in the contract, so we can legally bind it now. So Maureen has really altered our contracts to fit our needs, as well as we usually have, if we make any alterations, like we want there to be alterations, we have Shane, our attorney, step in and review those alterations. So we've put stuff in place. So the issue that we ran into will never happen.
Well, I can't answer for all for us, but I will tell you for ours, that's why we put in for the mix, because our equipment doesn't have been funded through this. It's motorized trails only, which really has limited us because we can't just buy equipment, right? And so we've had these other projects that need to happen, but we use our equipment on the motorized routes because that's what funded those pieces of equipment. And so everyone's like, but Cheryl, we need equipment that can be used on non-motorized too. And I'm like, no, but we didn't have a good way. Now we've got a good way. So we put in for a split. And so, yeah, which that's what I did for 20 years, right? I was on the end of a plastic. No, it's true. But I mean, that's why you saw the split. Like we had the option, but we do, like on our forest, we do honor the fact that like that dozer came from motorized funding and systems for motorized. And we'll keep doing that. And I'm actually, there's a whole lot of effort going on our forest where I'm actually developing a whole spreadsheet of every single piece of equipment, where it got purchased, what its intent was for. And like we're starting the whole tracking because equipment matters. Like it's a huge investment. We want to use it in the right place. We want to make sure we're keeping it maintained. It's a big deal. So that's part of my job. I'm working on that. So like I said, I can't talk for all the forests, but I can share that for us it's a big deal. So we'll keep doing our parts.
And on my end, I've been needing to create an inventory where I have what it was intended for, how much their match was, what the VIN number is, what the make and model of it is. Because we want to make sure the equipment out there. Yeah.
And all different areas. You know, this grant's being yeah, for search and rescue, for counties, for Forest Service, which is amazing. But yeah, there's a lot of equipment going out there into the program.
Rochelle Forest is going to use.
Well,
Brody had a question.
Scott and I talked about this a while back, but the division, the department, whatever, really needs a person that can go and visit each of these people that put in grants and do some follow-up with them. It just goes and checks on all of these grants, and funding, I know that's always going to be an issue, but you just need to have somebody that can go and sit down with these grant writers and go through their paperwork, see if they're doing what they're saying that they're doing. We do all these grants, and it just seems like some of them never have any follow-up. I don't see a lot of follow-up. I don't know if we have somebody that goes and chases stuff down, but the guys we really need to have somebody that can go and do all of this follow-up with all 50, 60, 70 grants a year to see what's going on, whether they go in person, virtually, whatever. That way we can be assured that what they put in the grant for is being done, the equipment is being used appropriately, and whatever else.
And if it's not, I mean, if that's already happening, we may just need better reporting of what that follow-up is and what you guys are seeing on the ground.
Yeah, so real quickly, I just want to pull up this. A contract must be signed with the party who will maintain the project for at least the next 5 years. Any assets purchased with this funding must be used for its intended purpose for a minimum of 10 years or the life of the asset. And then evidence supplied in the grantee's application may fulfill this requirement. But yeah, we have the right to request updated documentation. So again, this is in our contract that people sign after it gets recommended by this council and approved by our division and department.
But who is going around and checking that? Is there a person that goes and checks that?
So that is a very valid point. Right now, currently, we do not have anyone doing that. We know it's something that needs to happen.
So we could have trail cats and trailers and snowmobiles and side-by-sides that are being kept for 1 year, turned around and sold, and it just becomes a money-making project for that person.
This is actively a conversation that we have quite regularly, and how we're going to proceed with that. Sheriff Curtis, is it okay if Patrick speaks real quickly?
You bet.
And then, okay, thank you. Patrick, do you want to speak on behalf of this?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I mean, so thanks for kind of discussing this. I mean, here on this, on the administrative end, I mean, we've absolutely been looking at some of these compliance issues. And, you know, I mean, the way that this grant was set up initially, you know, between like the upfront funding, you know, offering equipment to, you know, like nonprofits, you know, it's been difficult, you know, and we really are trying to make sure that we are being responsible with this fund. And, you know, I think the hope that we could have a compliance who's going out and actually verifying all of this, I mean, that's a really, really big job. I mean, we have a lot of grants, we have a lot of stuff. And if we can find the funding, we can have the staffing. It's a constant discussion point for me, at least, when we talk about what do we need. We need like that general compliance person to go through this. But I mean, just to kind of show you some of the progress that we have made for this, you know, like equipment, we've restricted it now. You know, like nonprofits, we don't want to fund equipment for because of the difficulty of just guaranteeing that it's going to be preserved, going to be maintained, and going to be used for those things. So, but like cities, counties, other state agencies, federal agencies, you know, they have procurement processes. They, you know, we have our contracted language. We just kind of trust them a bit more. So I think that's going to be our first step, is just limiting who we are giving specifically machines to in this case. But yeah, I mean, as we continue to have this discussion about compliance, you know, I think we are very much aware of how big this is, you know, because, you know, this is one of, you know, many of our grant programs, and you know, we're just growing. And so I think we all really agree the need to make sure that these funds are being utilized correctly, that the machines that are going out are, you know, not immediately being resold, that are being maintained. But yeah, I mean, I love this discussion. I mean, this is similar discussions that I have with Rachel and, you know, with our staff on this end. So if anybody has any ideas, you know, I'm so happy to hear them. But so just want to chime in. I'm happy to like take any questions about that or our processes on this end as well.
Can we put do we put liens on titles to equipment so that they can't sell it?
That would likely be a Shane question. And I'm not sure what, as a state agency, if we have the ability to do that. But it is a question that I can bring up to Shane.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Let's see if we could get an answer to that.
I mean, we had, you know, similar discussions, you know, kind of talking about some other opportunities for like how do we maintain, you know, this massive fleet of machines that have been kind of awarded by this grant. And you know, I think on our end, there's just worry about like what would we even do? You know, say we do get all of these machines, you know, they're coming back to us. It's like, where are we storing these? How do we use these? But I think when we had discussed with Shane that was kind of an impossibility. But I'm happy to check back in because.
Sure, Curtis, you were next up, and then we'll go to Brett and then Brett.
So just briefly, oh, go ahead, Fred.
Patrick, Why can't you just put out a form that says this piece of equipment is supposed to be there and being used for such and such, and have the advisory council do a site visit and pay them a little bit of money to go do the site visit?
I mean, we do have that form. I mean, so that's a contract. So the contract does require the machine be maintained and used for, was it 10 years, 5 years? So we do have that. Yeah, the compliance is is the difficult part, and I think with kind of the regional spread of this council, I mean, I think it'd be great if we could lean on some of you to kind of just go check in on some of these things. And, the other thing, we are perhaps thinking about pivoting more to suggesting leasing some of these vehicles as well for nonprofits. And then, if we do have great partnerships with, certain counties and, certain agencies, one other option that we do want to maybe consider is just kind of a loaner program, because if we want to put, five machines in the same county, we're just like, well, can't we just do one and that can kind of be spread, or, something along those lines. So I think there's a lot of options here. But Fred, it sounds like you are volunteering to help us with some of this compliance. And we would love to have it.
Fred, if you finished your onboarding, you would technically be an employee, so you should do that. And then you would be able to do this for us.
At $20 an hour plus tips.
And they got paid for the last trip. What are you talking about?
Sheriff Curtis, comments did you have?
Yeah, so we participate in a couple other different either equipment loan, equipment purchase grants, things like that. So especially with our military stuff, we have to physically fill out a form every year. So once a year they come in, we have a person that we just take a picture of the equipment, has the serial number, shows that we have it here, then we submit it online. So, and we verify that it's here. So that's one way of making sure that, especially for your agencies that aren't high risk. Now your high risk agencies, those that are the nonprofit, those that don't have the funds and different things, those are the ones that you'd want to do a little more site visit. But you could randomly pick a handful and say, hey, we're going to do an on-site visit when you do the different meetings. But a simple, easy way, sign the form, verify that the grant administrator is the one who says it's still here and still in use, and we're still following the terms, and here's a picture of it. Submit it online and done. Shouldn't take a whole lot of extra people to do that either.
Yeah, that's a nice thought. And, and I think just general kind of progress reports, just a lot of the compliance, not just on machines, but just projects and deliveries, equipments, all of that. That's something we're really kind of getting into shape, and yeah, I mean, I think Sheriff Kurtz, that's a great idea to include that for specifically equipment purchases, just that verification. But yeah, I mean, I'm thrilled about this conversation because we are absolutely having this conversation internally. So.
So with respect to Brody's comment about, checking up on it, I'm kind of intrigued by this whole concept of the life of the machine, right? So 10 years of life of the machine. Well, why can't XYZ County say the life of this machine is 2 years and we're going to auction it off and go have a barbecue? What is that criteria for the life of the machine, and who's kind of checking that? Grand County 6-year life. That makes sense. I have my buddy's snowmobile life machine is 1 season. Mine is like 15 years. So, so it's just like, what is the criteria for that life of the machine? And I don't expect an answer right now, but I think that's something that we need to chew on a little bit. Derek?
Yeah, I just had a comment of, are we seeing a problem with this? I mean, is there any reports that there's an issue here?
So as far as problems, we don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know. We don't know if all the equipment's being used appropriately. We don't know if they're even doing the work they're saying that they're doing, because we have nobody that checks on it. Nobody checks on the grant from 2 years ago. That's a 3-year project to see where they're at in the process. We gave them the money, said adios, amigos, and then we hope that it gets done. Nobody's following up, as far as I know. And if they are, where are the reports? I don't ever see them. I don't think anybody else does.
So Brody, I 100% understand what you're saying. My question is just the assets. You know, has there been an issue with, you know, counties coming back to get more assets because the ones we gave them before they've sold or got rid of or whatever? I mean, you're looking at the only ones I remember replacing are actually some of the really old, you know, state park stuff that, and they obviously needed it, but I don't know. I think it's great that there's rules and limits, but it sounds like those are kind of in there. It'd be cool to know if they've still got them, and it'd be cool to have a backup, but I don't know. I don't know how much more we need to be.
I think there's probably a problem that we haven't discovered.
I mean, I can say, you know, I mean, Brody, we are verifying these. I mean, I think we could probably do a better job during the contract, you know, but like with the reimbursements, you know, we absolutely are verifying, you know, spend, project completion, all of that.
Well, let me give you a quick little example. Iron County, a couple of years back, put in a grant, a group, and I think they wanted about $500,000. I think if I remember right, we cut that down quite a bit. But I live here, it's in my backyard. Not a single thing has been done on it. Nothing. In fact, I don't even think that committee is even around anymore. Have we checked on those kind of things? And that's just the one that I know that was bizarre. Then we had another one that they put in a grant and bought all this equipment, and then they turned around and sold it 1 year later, which I think is where the contract changes came into play a little bit.
Yeah, definitely remember that situation. You know, and
so yeah, it's just it may not be a big problem, but it may be a big problem. I agree with Fred that it's probably a problem. We don't exactly know. If you are checking, let's get some emails going saying, okay, grant number 3 from 2 years ago is at 80% completion type thing, and that we can track that on some kind of a spreadsheet. Seems pretty simple. Or you got to hire somebody to go out and do this and go out and check and actually go and get on those trails and see what's happening. See did they actually put in that bridge? Is it a piece of crap? Is it a wonderful bridge? I mean, we need to know these things because some of this, you know, this is money coming from people's registration. It's coming from taxes. It's coming from other sources that come from the public that any other state agency would have 1,000 requirements for follow-up, and we seem to have a few.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think first, you know, like I've only been kind of involved with this grant for the past, you know, and since the merger, right? And you know, I think we've done a lot to help kind of shore up some of these, we'll just say risks. You know, like the upfront funding, that's a really difficult one, and we're still kind of trying to track down a lot of where that upfront funding went. But you know, I just don't want you to undersell. You know, when you refer to it as simple, you know, we have a lot of active contracts. You know, we are dependent on people, you know, across the state over so many contracts, so many grant programs, and you know, it speaks, I think, to our need to have like a specific staff member on compliance who's really, really focused on these things. And, you know, Brody, I would absolutely invite you, like for, you know, that Iron County project, like let us know so we can kind of follow up on this because, you know, we all have the same goal, which is like we want these funds to be used to support, you know, the spirit of this grant and to support motorized recreation in Utah. And, you know, I mean, hopefully we can do it a team effort, but yeah, I mean, to your point, we are, you know, really, you know, positioning ourselves to go a lot harder towards compliance. And I think that's when we would kind of need to ask you all for just the support to do that, because as part of compliance, you know, we're going to probably upset some people as we are asking for verification of how they're using these funds, as we are engaging in clawback processes, as we're, you know, I mean, we've had this scenario with like the Western Single Track Alliance, you know, where we are trying to like really shore up some of the stuff so that funding is going specifically to these projects that are, you know, supporting, enhancing, educating for our motorized communities. So, you know, I mean, I think we could probably talk about this for so long. We have so many of these conversations, but, you know, I appreciate hearing it, and I absolutely recognize it as an issue that we are looking to really solve.
I just want to add that, and I'm going to share my screen. So this was actually shared with everyone. this tracking sheet is like what I use to track everything. It may look like a jumble here, but like this document, the fiscal year 25 quarter 1 - summer, it was emailed to you earlier. It's also in the folder for this grant cycle. This has everything that's like active, where I'm like, okay, I have proof of expenditures, like this kind of thing. I'll make sure it works next time. But again, like this is kind of what I use. I'll show you the one that is used, but like this is what I use to track everything. And I have no issue to be forthcoming with this and like what's going on, you know, down here. Sorry guys, I love scrolling. But it shows like, okay, to date, we've awarded 338 projects. 27 of those were canceled. You know, 311 of those, we have total, removing that. We have 193 grants that have been closed. This is how much the match is. This is how much the award it is. This is how much we paid. This is our balance. This is canceled. This is rolled. So like, I have no issue sharing this with you guys, but like we keep track of everything. If it's highlighted in green, then it's complete. If it's highlighted in red, it's either been canceled or we need to terminate it because it expired in 2020. You know, those kind of things. Like we have pending letters, but again, like this is how I keep track of everything. And then also like the folder in the Google Drive, you can actually go in there. Go into this everything. So if I want to go to 2023, this works. There it is. And I go into this grant. Okay, for me it'll show green, but like this is the closeout. These are the pictures that it's done. This is the recognition signage that we have for this project.
Cheryl, do we have access to that?
Rachel, you can share one. You guys should have access to this.
Rachel, just so you know, I think you're just sharing your tab. I don't know if we can see the folder that you're trying to share. Just FYI.
I've tried to do just one tab and it never works. So sorry.
You gotta
It says share.
Well, I can definitely speak to our closeout. They're usually like 90 pages long because we have to provide documentation of every single thing we bought.
No wonder you guys don't get anything.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like we care about the closeout, right? Like we put all the photos in there. We show the work completed. We have an invoice for every single expenditure that hit the books. Like it matters. Like these guys will follow up and be like, hey, you're missing an invoice on this thing. And it's like, oh, geez, okay, we'll find that. Or they'll ask me like, hey, that invoice looks, so I can just speak as someone that puts into these and helps with the closeouts. They're pretty extensive. And these guys hold us accountable. Like they catch things. So, you know, just because maybe we missed number 34 on 300 invoices, right? So I know they are doing a lot of that.
Any sort of payment, picture.
Yeah, we have to send every single receipt,
dollar amount. The department finance manager, the department oversees it.
And so they are doing a lot of this compliance.
You know what? I'm not sure if the rest of the council knows that much.
Yeah.
That's the issue. We need to be educated on that.
Yeah.
And
it's extensive and it's good because it holds us accountable. So I can say, as someone that gets this funds, we feel very, like we are held very based off of what's required to submit closeouts and their review of it. So I'll just share that. Hopefully that will offer some peace because it's a process and we gladly participate because that's how we show we're putting these good.
And not just for the council, but I think for the public too. If we have some examples of good reporting from a project that we can share with applicants before they apply so that they know what's expected after they get the money, so that they're not caught off guard with, oh, I didn't realize I had to keep every little receipt with whatever fund or with whatever budget item that was meant for type of thing. So
that's pretty normal in the grant realm that you're going to have to show every single penny you want.
Like, yeah, like this is just
a
grant that was somewhat recent. This is a search and rescue. It's Pine County Search and Rescue. This is just an example. You know, they have their invoice, then they have their proof of payment, which we require. Another proof of payment showing, okay, this is the trailer for the Can-Ams. This is the Can-Am itself, you know, and then this is like their budget sheet. And this, I work so closely with them where it's like, okay, this is the serial number for these different items because they're at a certain dollar amount. If it has a serial number, I add it. I make sure it's added. But this is like, this was their cash match, you know, that kind of thing. So I make sure that they stay within the line and like every single item is put on here, you know?
Well, we don't even just put what we spend, like we have to show all of our like employee transaction registers to show our matching time and how that went in there. There's a lot that goes into these closeouts.
If it comes in under budget, we have a sheet also that is like, hey, this is how much you estimated. This is how much actually was. Well, this is how much we can reimburse you now. We won't reimburse you the full amount, you know? And then here are the pictures of it. You know, this was an easy one. Search trusts were always the easiest, but yeah. So that's just an example. But again, it will not proceed forward as we scrutinize.
So I drilled in on your the no HV thing and then FY23. It looks like in this one, am I on the right folder? Right, number 2 is Duchesne County Trail, 3 is reduce HV speed.
Let me share my screen again real quick, and then we can go through and see.
Because in the other one, there was no permissions. So, and
yeah, and I need to change that. So real quickly, sorry. Are you looking at this one right here?
I just went into the Google Drive and then so we go back out past grant cycles.
Okay.
Clicked on that, then FY20, FY21, FY22.
And you said 23.
And I clicked on 23 just because you had.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm seeing those 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. And then that look at it, and the other one.
Yeah, so the one that and I can share it with you guys I just can't make you a member because these are an internal drive for our department. So like, I can't even adjust my membership. I have to ask someone else to do it. But like this right here, this should be shared with you guys by copying that link. After this meeting,
make sure you check too as far as like what you can share, because like I know for instance like our timesheets, if it's got people's like pay rate and things on them, that might fall into PII. I know for us it probably would, and I don't know if the council's different than the general public, right? But I would just provide it to them, but just like FYI, you may want to double check on sharing some of the information people send.
Right.
Just there's that layer beyond that layer. So yeah. But I think that the accomplishment reports and the photos and, you know, I bet there's so much there that could be shared. It wouldn't be problematic at all. So
we know that we need to do more. I would love for us to have a map where it shows everything, and we have pictures of the closeout and that kind of thing. It's just a lot of work, and we don't have.
Tell your boss that we said you need another employee.
Well, I have 4K. We just for 25%, but again, it's almost like intern stuff. That's kind of just grunt work. That's just like not fun.
Okay, thank you everybody for the discussion. It's been healthy. Let's go ahead. Are we getting to the point where we need to break for lunch?
Yeah, we're waiting for Jorge to come back. So that's right. Yeah, he has to go to food.
Do we need to, should we go move on to the next item then while we're waiting for him, and then when he gets here, we can break?
Round 4, right?
Yeah, so item number 4.
Pretty sure.
Okay, go ahead, Taylor.
You okay with me? Yeah. All right, so code of conduct for meetings, and we already do a great job of that. I just wanted to start the meeting off by always being conscious of what we say and how we say it, and something that's a good reflection on what we say is, are we okay it being posted in social media, the newspaper, any type of public vetting? So I don't think we have anything to worry about. I just like to set the tone for the meeting. As we discuss these grant applicants, we do it in a professional manner. We don't need to be drawn up in the legal sayings of everything, but we just need to carry ourselves in a professional manner. I don't have any worries with this group, but I know sometimes these grant applications, sometimes we do get emotional because it is a lot of money being distributed towards these. And so definitely, it matters to us, but if you feel like your emotions are getting higher than your reasonable thinking part of your brain, maybe take a deep breath and take a step out before you say some things. So, but I don't have any concerns of this group, so let's just keep ourselves in a professional manner. And everything we say is on public recording and it's available to the public. So let's just make sure that we stay professional on things.
Cool. Thank you. How far out do you estimate that we would be? No idea.
I can give him a call.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe let's do that.
Do we dare move on to the next thing? Before biography. Okay.
Please start.
Getting out of control.
Let's, yeah. Okay, if that's the case, maybe let's
Take a break.
let's move on to our lunch portion, and then when he gets here, he gets here. In the meantime, we can take our break and get up, walk around, whatever you guys need to do,
Yeah.
and go from there. So then we'll plan on getting back. Should we plan on 12:45?
Yeah, I think we should try to get done at 12:45.
Okay, let's get back together at 12:45 for those online.
right, everyone, we're live.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We'll go ahead and continue on with our agenda. So on to, I believe it's item number 5, the OHV grant review for summer fiscal year 2025. What we'll do here is we'll go through each item. I'll have Cheryl briefly, Rachel, not Cheryl.
Already.
I don't know why I get those names backwards.
We did, yeah, we were guessing how many times it would happen. Oh,
There's one. Just have Cheryl.
We got that, like, just a tally marks here.
yeah.
All right, we'll just have Rachel briefly go over just a one-liner description of each project, and then those that reviewed will give you guys a chance to review or give us your comments from the reviews, and then we'll vote on them from there. So with that being said, Rachel,
yes,
we will go on with the first one, and she's got them ranked from the highest ranked down to the lowest, or she has them listed from highest ranked down to the lowest. So start with the top of the list, if you would.
Yeah, so real quickly, I just want to give a little overview. So as you all know, we received technically 21 applications. 2 of them were considered ineligible, and then 1 was permanently withdrawn because it's going to a different grant. We have the capability, if that doesn't work out, that they can come back and get funding from us. But then also we received, so today we're going to be reviewing and discussing the mineral basin one, so technically 19 grants. But we've received 18 that are up for funding. And then if we were to fund everything, you know, right now with everything, it would only be 25% of our available funding. So we'd have 75% left over for our next cycle, potentially more if it's rollover or things get canceled. But the total is 917, 764, 57. So this is kind of just like the overview sheet. But if you go over here with everything combined, this is what I'll be working off of. So again, it's ranked from the highest to the lowest. So if we want to get started, I'll quickly go over this one. So this is our number 1. This is application 003668, trail signs for Uinta County. Project total is $10,000. They're requesting $9,000 of it. There is a suggestion to increase it and add a 10% contingency, but this is for Uinta County Trails crew. We'll be installing new signposts on unmarked OHV trails and replacing existing damaged signs within the county. And I can show the budget if people are interested.
Brett, do you have any comments on this one?
I'm all in favor of that. And we were pre-running trails for the Vernal Rock Rally. There was one that went onto some private property, and the guy put up a big old nasty road blocking sign, and so there was quite a bit of discussion in the next few weeks, and this will help with that. So,
Okay,
I'm all.
I didn't get in on the discussion. So which one are we on?
So we are on number 1, application 003668.
This is the Uinta County Trails sign.
Yeah.
They're asking for funding for signs to go put them in the ground.
And
but I talked to it looks like there was a concern that there wasn't enough funding. I talked to Mike Cook about this one. He said that they're actually potentially going with metal signs instead of parsonites because they can get them cheaper than parsonites. So that's something to be considered. But it sounds like you had some.
I mean, I mean, I didn't. Okay, so just full disclosure for my participation in this, like I was sitting there with Laura. We were kind of doing it together because this is my first meeting. I just kind of like going in there super blind, but I think we were looking at the itemized budget. It was like $20 a sign or something, and we're just like, it has to be more than that. I mean, and it was like such a low ask, like give them more, make sure that they can actually afford it. So that was like the only
Yeah, for 500 signs, like 10,000 seems just like crazy cheap.
Yeah, I'd be curious, do you know what material they were using? Did you say arsenites?
No, they said that they found a supplier through their sign department at the county that they would get metal signs for cheaper than the arsenites.
They got it hooked up, yeah.
The metal would probably last longer than arsenites.
I don't know.
And are we talking about fiberglass? I didn't, yeah,
remember seeing.
Do they have a picture of the sign or type of sign they were looking at?
Yeah.
I'm like, what did they?
Right, that, and I don't think it was, okay. Yeah, there wasn't any pictures. But yeah, this is their budget, so they want 500 signs, $20 per sign. They're gonna provide cash, so like there would also be added on in-kind labor installing these, so that's not part of this budget, so like the cash dollar likely won't increase, but their total budget cost will, so they'll have actually additional matching with the in-kind labor for doing this. So this is without any changes. This is with a 10% contingency on their requested funding, which is just an additional $900. It doesn't change it too much, but if they say that they don't need it, then yeah.
I'm good with contingency, and if they don't use it, they don't use it. And it comes back, so. Would you be willing to make that motion then, or is that?
Hold on, let's stop sharing. Let's see. Fred, Christian.
Go ahead, Fred.
Well, yeah, I'm a little slow sometimes. This damn COVID's got me again. But anyway, are they putting in metal sign or carcinite and then they were going to switch? Or did I miss something?
Currently, they've got several carsonites throughout the county, and they're looking at replacing with metal signs and installing new metal signs in other parts of the trails.
You mean instead of just numbers, or are they replacing the whole? Because we just did poles on the Parker. That stuff with numbers and the arrows and everything else all on the Parker.
Yeah, they would, from my conversation with them, it would be not just the posts, but the signs, numbers, decals, everything.
Okay. I'm just curious. Sorry about being slow.
Oh, good questions. Yes, yeah, we need a motion on this one. If we're gonna.
I can do it. I just don't know how to do it.
I'll make a motion to do the alternate with the contingency added.
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Cheryl, seconded by Brett. All those in favor of adding the contingency to the first application, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I will say aye as well. Okay, and then we go ahead and vote on it. All those in favor of approving application 003668 for Uinta County trail signs, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Rachel, these were
Well, and Rachel, I think last time we had discussed, our last meeting, we kind of did this way where
The name.
if there was an opposition, then we would go name by name.
Okay.
Otherwise, we could unanimous, if it was unanimous, we could just approve this. So. Okay, then I'll vote yes as well. So. Great job, guys. We got through the first one in like 5 minutes.
We did so good enough, you guys.
Yes, yes. No one.
Sorry.
Keep it up. This is momentum. We've already reviewed them all. We have no works. That's on to the next one.
Starwood County Loan Cross Track.
Okay, so Carbon County Motor Cross Track, we're in Carbon County, probably from Texas to Aubrey, I'm distracted. But this was reviewed by Scott Wheeler, Bonnie, and Jason. Their total project cost is $152,561.10.
and they're requesting 114,918.70. It's 25% match, and it's for trail work. This scored 96.67 for 3 out of 3 said fund. And also this is the second round, so we've already funded partial. It's my understanding that they weren't able to complete part of it because their grant ended up expiring and they didn't extend it prior to the expiration date. So we told them to come back, but there's also some alteration as well. Sorry that this is all weird, but this is a
it's because of your cursor.
No. Stop. No. So seriously.
Oh, another marked up. It's contagious. It's contagious.
I'm Cheryl. That's Rachel. Did you add it?
I'm Rachel.
Can you wear a tag? So
Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel.
And I'm Sarah. She has we different haircuts. Are your eyes brown?
They are.
Okay.
Anyways, yes, okay.
Have any comments or?
Scott.
What's that now?
She's asking for your comments on this.
You want me to comment?
If you have any comments on it, I can tell everybody.
If you don't,
That is also fun. Everybody said fun, so.
everybody says fine. I'm okay with it.
Okay, this is the.
You know what? The grant application, I was impressed how well it was written. Wasn't that a great application?
This was her first ever grant application that she's ever written.
I think you use it as a template for other people to write. It was simple, it was to the point. It gave you the information you needed and.
Well, that was your recommendation here, which we prefer. Yeah. So this is it. I just texted her. I don't know if she'll come in, but it just seems a little bit of like an extent, partial what they did last time because it expired, so they weren't able to continue the work. That's why they're reapplying, but then there's also some other things that they are doing. I made sure that the speakers, amplifier, Bluetooth, and that stuff was coming from them and not us. So I did have them reorganize their budget a little bit at the time. But yeah.
Do you know how many events they hold at this track?
What's that now?
Do you know how many events they hold at this track every year?
Right now I don't, but they 2 or 3 or they used to hold a lot more.
Yeah.
And I couldn't tell you. The gravel was very much needed. It really helped out the south parking area, and the motocross track takes a lot of maintenance, and that's just part of it.
Yeah.
The county's had a motocross track here for 50 years, and I don't believe they've ever charged a fee other than it was racing out here. Some of the problems and issues that have happened over the last few years is that we used to get $10 million a year in federal lease money, minimum money. And it's down to like probably $500,000 now. And they took a lot of that money and built a lot of things, and now they can't afford to maintain it.
And Bonnie, did you have any comments on this one?
Sorry, the sound's kind of going in and out for me in the room there, but no, I didn't have any comments.
Okay. We'll try to speak up as much as we can. All right, let's go ahead and vote on it. All those in favor of application 003615, the Carbon County Motocross Continued Improvements, say aye.
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 Anybody against? Seeing none, I will vote in favor as well. Okay. Now, go on to the next one. This is trails, equipment, and side-by-side for Carbon County, right? Am I looking at the wrong list?
It is, no, it should be, yes, trails equipment, side by side, yes.
Yes.
Yes, you are correct.
Carbon County Office for
Okay. So this is their, okay, so their total project cost is 59,267. They're requesting 39,000 of it. It's for trail work. It's 34%. They received a score of 93.33. This was reviewed by Scott, Bonnie, and Kirk. 3 out of 3 said fund. I can pull up. Don't know how. Just go. Yeah. So you go to it this tab, whichever one you want to share. Okay. And then say share this tab instead. Right next to where it's to stop sharing. Nope. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then you can do that anytime you switch tabs. Okay, great. All right. So this is their budget. They're requesting a machine. Now you have to share this tab. Turn it. Oh my God. It's okay. But now we don't have to keep it there. We're good. Excellent. Good job. Okay.
Cool. Scott, Bonnie, or Kurt, did you guys have anything you wanted to bring up on this one?
The only comment I would say is I'd like to see used more than 2 days a month for travel. That's the only comment I made in here that had any substance.
Well, you live here.
I will go tell them I'm going to utilize it. Okay, good thought.
Yeah.
Kirk or Bonnie, did you guys have anything on this one?
None here, thanks.
None here either.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on it. All those in favor of application 3621, the trails equipment side by side for Carbon County Office of Tourism, say aye.
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 Any against? Seeing none, all vote aye as well. Okay. Let's go on to the next one. Application 3640, Cold War Education at Temple Mountain in San Rafael Swell by BLM Management Pricefield Lines.
So this is a project. It's in the education category. Total project cost is $31,921.60. They're requesting $16,100. 50% match, so pretty high. Calculation might be slightly off, but it received 90%, 303 fund. It was reviewed by Bonnie, Fred, and Kirk. I can pull up the budget in 1 second, and we look at it.
So I guess my question, and I didn't review this, but is this one within, well, it obviously is within the Central Mountain area where there's potential closures of trails. Is this going to, how would this affect the travel management of the area? Will it help to have signs up?
I would not know the answer to that. I'm going to direct it over to Flipco. I wish our Forest Service rep was new. Oh, not Forest Service, sorry.
Well, that's a patchwork.
Yeah. But I will. Michelle, do you have any information on this?
Let's see. I'm looking at the map right where it is. Okay, excellent.
When you looked at that map and tried to match it out, it looked more like a hiker and biker, and they was hiring an agency to help push it around. So they would be doing both jobs. I never did get to talk to anybody. So maybe Scott knows more about it than I do.
You want me to say something?
Please do.
Okay. A couple of things about it. Locals do have heartburn over giving the BLM any money right now, okay, because of the travel time they're going through. But this is a good project, and talking to them, it will essentially take, Temple Mountain has a huge amount of history there. There's lots of stuff there. They want to put a trail together in there and put the historical information along this trail. That in of itself will keep that trail open, okay, in of itself. And secondly, some of the pictures will be part of my family. I have 3 uncles and a grandfather that worked at Temple Mountain, and some of the pictures up there, if you go to Goblin Valley, the pictures in the visitor center are my family, my uncles and my cousins working at Temple Mountain. So I do have some personal connections there. And so the main thing with the Temple Mountain loop they're putting together there, if they put this in and get grant money from us, the trail will stay open, and it will, there's hikers who go up there, but mainly in that area, it's just motorists. So it's, I believe it's a good thing, and I enjoy when I can see a kiosk and read information and see pictures on it where I'm at. It adds to the flavor of the trip.
It says to Scott over there, I was over there, he said, I visited as well, so those routes are definitely heavily motorized use, even though there's multi hiking availability. It is mainly by, I would think, those routes. Which is
Scott, will that help keep the Behind the Reef trail open?
Right now, it's not on the chopping block. They didn't even put it on it, so it's going to be left open, and
so
I hope they never close it.
Am I assuming correctly when it's this green loop that they'll be signing on the map up
yes,
here?
It's essentially around Temple Mountain itself.
Yeah. It's okay. Just kind of, so the road trail.
The routes. In fact, it was extensively mined. I mean, there's roads all over there.
Yeah.
And portals, well, they're closed portals now. Those routes exist, and I think they'll just clean them up and put kiosks along the way to help explain what went on. There was a lot of people working there at one time. Lots, thousands of people down there digging holes in the ground.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Scott.
What type of route is it? Like 50-inch or full size?
It would be full size. It would be full size routes. Yes, and there might be some offshoots that will not, but the road routes I'm looking at there would be full size.
Yes, those are full size 4x4,
yes.
And then it connects into the color trails, correct?
It will connect into the color trail, and actually, some of the single track they have talked about making them into 2-track or 62-inch type, 64-inch stuff. Well, they were roads at one time. There's a lot of roads that have narrowed down to single track now, but it all depends on what they do with this travel plan, and that's.
Bonnie, go ahead.
I thought this was a really cool project. I agree with Scott. I think it's super interesting. My only concern was that the land is dependent upon the Dingle exchange and then the travel management plans. So I was just curious what happens if, either the Dingle exchange doesn't go through for some reason or a travel management plan closes this area down.
Well, it looks like the travel management plan's not going to close the area. Like that main route in particular is not, it's not going to get closed. Like in the most restrictive alternative, it's staying open. I mean, I guess it could, but if they're asking for money to sign it, it sounds unlikely that they close that route.
No, if they did, I can't conceive that they would. And in fact, they had said that this will essentially guarantee that route stays open.
Right.
Also, something to keep in mind, I know that there's a lot of heartburn when it comes to the BLM, but by us funding the BLM, we're on the good side. But then also, it's another reason why, and another argument why they should have closed routes. So again, keep that in mind when it comes to the BLM applications. By us helping them, we also have another reason and argument for why they shouldn't close routes, especially if we spent funding on them.
We did something very similar in the last grant cycle with Moab. After they closed a bunch of routes down there, I didn't want to give them any money, but it was for a good project. It was a good project. And sometimes we just have to overlook maybe our personal feelings about stuff.
none of us are happy about that, but they are responding to a lawsuit. They are literally being forced to do this. I don't like it, but I don't like the people that brought the lawsuit, right? And that's where my anger goes and my efforts. You know, the folks on the ground and the BLM offices down there, they're doing their best. And it almost pains me to say that, but I do believe it, you know, so.
Kurt, did you have anything on this one at all?
Sorry, trying to find the mute button. No, I think this is a good project as well. And it falls along the same things as Moab, where establishing funding establishes routes. So I think we're in the same agreement.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on this one then. All those in favor of application 3640, the Cold War Education at Mountain in the San Rafael Swell, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? I will vote aye as well. Okay. On to the next one.
Okay. This is number 5. This is based in Iron County. This is their total project cost is $40,308. They're requesting $29,012. They have 28% cash match, 28% match. This is for trail work. Out of the 3 reviewers, it scored 90%. It was reviewed by Brody, David, or also Dave, and Cheryl. Brody suggested that we increase the funding. Based off of the budget, it looks as though it be an additional line item. So if we have any explanation for that, that would be great. I can pull up the budget.
So if I could speak on this one, the person that's doing all the trail work for Mike Worthen is a member of our OHV club, and he is out for 7 days a week working on trails. Mike has been a little hesitant to, I guess, put in a request for one of those gas-powered post pounders, but the person doing the work would love to see one of those, and so and I wasn't sure how much those cost until last week. That's the additional request that I put in, is just so that they could get the gas-powered post pounder.
$2,600.58.
How much?
$26.58.
So about $2,700.
$2,700.
I can't hear you, Fred.
$2,700 is what we just paid for one.
Yeah. So that's what I would make a motion that we increase the funding by $2,700 for the post hole pounder. They are using it. They're pounding posts daily.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to pull up past the carcinite.
They don't do carcinite or steel. You just get a different head for it.
Yeah, the one we got will do both. Do the carcinite and it'll do the steel post.
So I just want to share this real quick because, like, for us, I'm pretty sure that this is like an asterisk for a nonprofit that they could apply for this. I know this isn't a nonprofit, but we also have trailer, radios, power banks, generator. Okay, never mind. I take it back. Sorry. So back to yours. You think that we should increase this by 2,700? Is that correct?
That's what I'd like to increase it to. Now that I know the cost for one of those devices, I thought it was about 1,000, but I was off.
Yeah.
And for that, they are going to even be increasing what they're going to be doing over the next 2 or so years. And so, what they're doing now is a lot. They're going to do even more.
Because that tab I changed it back. It was the alterations tab that already had an increase of 1,000, but I'm just going to do it on the main page so that we know.
Sorry.
Oh, you're so good.
Brody, is that your motion?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion that we increase their funding by $2,700 for the purchase of a gas-powered post hole pounder that can do carcinite and steel posts.
Second. Okay, we've got a motion by Brody to add $2,700 to this application, seconded by Brett. Any further discussion on the post pounder?
Now, if they come back and say, heck no, then, no harm, no foul. We won't give them the $2,700, but I am 99% sure I can talk them into it because the person doing the work will be right there next to me.
There's an invoice.
All those in favor of increasing this application by 700, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I will vote yes as well on that one. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one then, unless there's any other discussion.
The weaknesses here that David brings up, is that something we're worried about in the city?
What was it?
The only weakness I see for projects where equipment's being purchased, long-term use.
Can we talk about that?
We chat about that earlier.
A little bit. Is that a concern for, let's see.
Was it David?
Yeah, David had the. We can hear each other now. Thank you.
Oh wow. It's so quiet.
I'm afraid.
So
David's comment, the only weakness I see for the projects where equipment is being purchased is the long-term use of the equipment to directly impact the OHV program rather than just becoming county-owned equipment that is used for non-OHV projects.
So with this update, with this, they can only use technically 26% of this equipment towards non-OHV. We're paying 74% of the profit total.
Okay.
So with that in mind.
So in that case, we just need to have that part of the notes in the contract or in your notes for follow-up.
I'm pretty sure we already do.
Okay.
But yeah.
All right. Should we vote on it? Okay. All those in favor of the Color Country OHV Trail Maintenance Summer 2024 application 3650, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody against? I will vote aye as well, and we'll move on to the next one. These are going too fast, guys. We need more discussion. Chase wants to stick around here for a while. Okay, application 3654, OHV trail maintenance and repair by the Utah Arizona ATV Club.
Yeah, so this total project cost is going to be $17,835 and some change. They're requesting $9,163. They have a 49% match. They received a 90% with the 3 reviewers who were Eric, David, and Brett, and all 3 said fund.
Eric, you have any additional comments on this project?
No, I've been down there riding quite a bit, and I think it'd be great if they got a little more maintenance. It gets a ton of use, and they're a ton of fun, and that's what this fund is for. I kind of agree with David a little bit. This was the first one. Well, I don't know if I agree, but it's part of our, trust me, I don't want to bring up our earlier discussion, but the renting over owning, and it just might work better for them. And where we've kind of said that where it's not a county, it's a club, that we're not really letting them buy them. So I think it's a great way to do it, is to rent it instead of buy it, and just rent it for what you need.
Yeah.
My comment on that was, and just kind of looking at this and, how often are you going to go out? How many people are going to go out? I almost felt like maybe they're pretty ambitious in how often they were going to go out, but I thought that maybe there would be more people each time. And if there's, I believe there was funding for fuel reimbursement, things like that, and that would actually need to be more and maybe more hourly. So I didn't know if that would balance out. You know, they're asking for a bunch.
Is this the?
I thought it might not be enough.
Is this the first grant that these guys have put in for?
I do not believe so. I think they did. Hold on a second.
There was another organization. If it wasn't them, there was an application a few back from Arizona that we turned down, I think.
Yeah.
Isn't this the Utah Arizona? This is the Utah Arizona, right?
Yeah, Utah Arizona ATV Club.
Yeah, so they received funding for like the Trail 360 and the advertisement for it. This is the only stuff that they've received funding for.
In that, your leisure days.
Sorry, let me share that now.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see if they can get some trail maintenance done, and this is a good way of getting it done. I think we give them a chance on this, and they're probably going to figure out their hours might be off or what they can and can't do, but I don't know.
So I can say they only draw what they need then, right? If they don't get it cash, here you go. Or they spend and get reimbursed, or how does that work?
Generally, that's our preferred route. So in the past, we used to do 75% up front. Huge issues. People just sitting on it, increasing their, what is it? Interest, yes, in their accounts, just sitting on the money, pretty much gaining money from us. So now we do it in 25% increments, up to 75%. But again, we want like active bids. We want either like receipts. If anything, we just want to make sure that it's going to be spent in at least 3 months. They have a 3-month time period to spend the funding that they've received from us. So that's just us cracking down additionally, just unfortunately because it's been misused. But that's how we proceed. Again, we do really like to see it be reimbursement based because they can come back to us for many times up to 75% to get reimbursed. The remaining 25% will need to be reimbursed once the project is.
Okay, any other thoughts or questions? All right, let's go ahead and vote on this one. All those in favor of application 3654, the OHV Trail Maintenance and Repair of Utah Arizona ATV Club, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay.
I forgot to say aye with my mic off.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, I'll vote aye as well, and yes, let's go on to the next one.
Okay, so this is number 7. It's application 3667 for the Logan Canyon Grooming Program, and this is by Bear Lake Trails Foundation. Their total project cost is $54,806. They're requesting $41,290. The 25% cash match. Sorry, 25% match. This is for snowmobile. So, and it scored 88.33. All 3 reviewers said yes. Sorry, fun. This was reviewed by David, Kirk, and Cheryl. I can pull up the budget. I know Cheryl has a few concerns.
I think my biggest concern is just that they take the time to go meet with the district.
They already had to.
I called them and.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've been in meetings with them. This has been a couple of years in the making of them getting, because they already have a permit through the.
Yeah.
They're non-motorized, and this would be in addition to that.
Okay, because I called the district and asked them and they were like, we have not been approached by that group. So I just, that's a missing piece for me, right? Anytime people are doing work on a land, any land, if they don't have the letters work from the land management agency, like it just makes me wonder what that coordination and communication looks like. When I spoke with the district, they're like, it sounds like something we'd be really interested in, but what, so I'd encourage this group or however I can help to just get that meeting, have them be able to look over their application, get a letter of support, just like we did last year, So I think that's my piece, because it sounds like they were like, oh yeah, I think that'd be good. We just want to see the routes and know for sure where they're gonna be.
Yeah, they would just groom on our
Yeah.
existing grooming system and.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what the communication breakdown is, but this has been meetings for a couple of years now. I'm trying to organize this, so.
Okay, somewhere
I
there.
think somewhere, just
Yeah.
somewhere in the info.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure that happens.
Yeah.
This will just be an addition to our existing.
Yeah.
Grooming program, because we know Logan Canyon is.
Oh, it definitely needs that help. Yeah.
So we're working
No
on to enhance and provide extra where we can't provide extra. So.
No, they were totally open to it. They just want to have that conversation and have the opportunity to write a letter of support so that it's fine.
We'll coordinate through the.
Cash.
Make sure that.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Okay, any other comments on this one, Kurt?
I think Chase just outlined it. I mean, this is a fairly large complex with one groomer. In the past, we've had groomer drivers that have broken that cat and had major issues up there of just keeping the initial trailheads knocked down. So having 2 groomers up there is a good thing. Logan Canyon is probably one of the higher used areas in Utah for snowmobiling in winter months. So I'm 100% behind this.
Yeah.
Anything you can do to knock down those whoops in Franklin Basin.
100%.
Also beat a man to death, just getting back to the trailer.
It's been, because I just was remembering from Dave Ashby, it's who we've been mainly coordinating with.
So he's out on extended leave.
Okay.
So Marshall Alfred is the district ranger right there, right now. So without David behind him, that's communication breakdown. Yeah, yeah.
Because Dave was, we had the initial meeting, he said, yeah, we can just have their own, you still have your own, so I'll make sure that what was the name?
He's Marshall Alfred. He's the district ranger in Logan. And yeah, David's been out on extended leave since April, maybe. Yeah. And they said they would love to have that conversation, but for all their staff that are on right now, they were all like, I don't know. So I was like, okay, but that makes sense. It was actually, yeah. And I can circle back with them too and let them know that that's who you had been coordinating. So, yeah. And then when you reach out, they'll be, okay. So that's good. Good to know.
Awesome. Any other questions or comments on this one? Let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of funding application 3667 Logan Canyon Grooming Program by the Bear Lake Trails for the Bear Lake Trails, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I will vote aye as well. Let's go on to the next application. This is 3675, the Docks Beach sign revitalization by the BLM Merle Field Office.
Okay, so this total project cost is $16,377. They're requesting $10,120, 38% match. It's for trail work. It received an 88.33% for 3 reviewers. It was reviewed by David, Fred, and Jason. Jason, you recommended to increase the funding. I entered that in as, oh, you guys can see it, okay. If you did increase the funding, this would be the new total. Bear with me.
So this is the Docks Beach area in Merle is one of the most popular riding areas, and it's got some kiosks that look like they were put in the 2000s, and they look like the styling from 2004. So nothing wrong with that, but it looks like they're wanting to update a little bit. They've got they requested some funding for some kiosks. They had estimated $1,000 per kiosk, and I felt like that was low. Just seeing what we're getting from other grants. So I suggested that we add a contingency for that in case it's more than $1,000 per, so that they could have enough to get the kiosks they need done. So.
Okay, just to update everyone, if we did do this, it would be approximately an additional $1,000. That's 10% increase. It's $1,012.
The last metal kiosk that we bought was $3,700. But we went with metal so we don't have to do upkeep.
Yeah, because this is for 5. If we want to add more, we totally can. Again, this is just a 10% contingency cost, but we feel comfortable adding more. They're saying that they'll do 5 kiosks for $1,000 each.
I think they're light.
Yeah, I do too. So,
yeah.
Did you have a number then you wanted to go up by? Recommending that?
I didn't. I asked if they could look into that a little closer. They said that that was what they had recently purchased some kiosks for, but how small? They must have been small.
Yeah, yeah, what size or, I mean, then I would believe them personally.
Yeah.
If you talk to them and they said that, the cost of what they've done recently, I don't think putting the contingency is an issue, but I would believe them if they have recent costs. Maybe they've got a good vendor or certain size, I don't know.
Could be, could be.
Do you want to just add a 10% contingency?
Yeah, that's what I would recommend.
Gives you a little more wiggle room.
Okay, bear with me.
And I did ask them too, because one of the projects on here was signing, particularly in the Docks Beach area that we had already approved. That was the first application. And it sounds like they are coordinating with the county on their signing as well. So they talked about kiosks in this as well as signs. So I just want to make sure that they're not putting up duplicate signs that say different things.
What end was this? BLM?
This is the BLM. Yeah.
I mean, you put up wood and come back in 5 years and it's all rotted out.
Yeah, the wood one's
Put up
there.
a good metal one and it's there for 20 years and still going good.
So it'll be in 2024 styling and in 20 years we'll be like, oh.
Some of you young people will remember this.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I just need to do some bathroom stuff. Okay,
Is, you put in 10% or 20%?
10%.
Right,
So with that, it would be,
we should go more. What was it?
really,
It's pretty small. It was only, I think,
16,000,
yeah,
10,000 grand.
right.
I mean, I kind of do, but I also defer to Cheryl. It's like, okay, well, they got some pricing. They think they can do it. Okay, well, let it rip, but I hate to see it not be successful.
Could we put something in there that the council would approve giving them additional funding if that cost is low? Like if you were to talk to them, I don't know. I mean, I feel like
Or maybe they just.
they put in for their grants, you know, if they have recent purchases, I guess I trust them and what they put in. I think giving them a little wiggle room is a great idea, but they could always ask for additional funding.
I don't know if we could go like after the fact, because these are giving your recommendation.
Yeah.
And then like after this meeting of, like, probably next week they'll be sent for final signatures.
And I would just say, the contingency, trust
I mean-
that they put in their bids.
5 times 1,000 is 5 times 3,700 is, all we do math there. That's like.
Oh, boy.
More than 5.
Yeah.
1,000.
Yeah.
They didn't show a picture of the kiosk they wanted, did they?
They didn't.
No, yeah.
They only had a bid for the sign work itself. It was gonna go inside the kiosk. Mhm.
Oh, I think I'm on the wrong one. I mean, is that what they're actually getting? Because that would actually make sense.
Yeah, that would, and honestly, if the structure is there, and I don't know what they're planning, so.
Maybe what
that
they're
is-
asking for the panels, because that would be reasonable for panels.
Well, that's what's there. right
Yeah,
now. Maybe they
that's
do
what they're
know.
doing.
Look at that sweet styling.
I really love it. That is, I love that.
Are you doing a brony over there?
And all the words, just so many words. My guess is that
Oh, that is
the structure still looks really nice and they're replacing the panels, is my guess. If they have a quote from the panels in there, which that is for the like
That would
high
make
pressure laminate.
Yeah,
That's about what they're running us, is anywhere from $600 to $1,000 a pound. So.
okay.
That makes sense. It's not structured.
But there's 3 there and they're asking for 5. So, and they're asking for kiosks specifically. I don't know, maybe they're placing more and we just have to live with that wonderful styling in 2004, so.
No.
I didn't even know what there was yearly stipend.
Yeah.
So do we need to first do a motion for the increase?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
So I can make a motion that we increase the requested amount by 10% contingency.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion made by Brett and seconded. We'll let Fred second this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. All those in favor of increasing this project by 10%, say aye.
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 I'll vote aye as well. Any opposed? Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on the project itself. Or, well, was there any other discussion from Fred, or I guess Dave's not on, but. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on it. All those in favor of approving application 3675 Docks Beach sign revitalization for the BLM Vernal Field Office, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I will vote aye as well on this one.
Sheriff Curtis, are you on or are you still off?
I'm here.
Well, there he is.
Okay. Did you vote on this one?
I was aye.
Did you vote on the last one?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on to the next application. This is application 3649 for the Fish Lake OHV safety grant for the Fish Lake National Forest.
All right, so total project cost is $12,708. They're requesting $7,708. Their match is $5,000. Has a 39% match. It's trail work category. It's the Salesforce score was 8667, and it was reviewed by Brody, Fred, and Cheryl. Brody and Fred both said fund, and then Cheryl left it blank. She has some questions and wants to have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, reading Brody's, it sounds like he's had kind of the same concerns and questions I had. I'm just not sure. Like purchasing like CPR mannequins and again, like this district's amazing. The Fish Lake, they're doing amazing work. This is a component. I guess I'm concerned, about the use of the funds for some of the items. And I want to have a conversation to see how other people felt. Cause I feel like these are things that I know we fund as a priority first, is like, before we get to any other project stuff, it's like employee PPE and train, like that's first. And then we get to like go to other funds for projects. So I'm a little curious, honestly, to talk to these guys too and see what's going on with that. But it just feels different to me. So it's hard because, like I said, I know these guys, I know they're doing amazing work, and I'm like, so I want to hear from you guys.
Yeah, this is Brody. I agree. I struggled with this one, and where I even struggled more was, and this is for you, Cheryl, but if the Forest Service requires their employees to wear helmets and goggles when they're riding ATVs and side-by-sides, and why would they not make that a priority budget item to provide those safety pieces of safety equipment for their employees? It seems totally seems backwards.
Yeah, no, Brody, I have the same concern. I'm not exactly sure. I don't build the budget on the Fish Lake, but I know with our budget, like we had to prioritize where our program dollars went, and PPE was the number one thing. And if we couldn't fund that PPE, we wouldn't be asking employees to do that work. So I think
talking with Brian, he turns around and you guys buy boots for him and you buy all the other stuff and gloves and whatever. But when it comes to their helmets, they're all riding ATVs, majority of them in our area. and they want to keep their helmets instead of passing them on to the next guy after. Do you want a helmet that somebody else has wore for 6 months, all sweaty and everything else? Nobody wants that. And so he's trying to replace that helmet each time with them.
Because they like, and they are like force required, and they have to stay there, and we clean ours, so I don't know.
What was that, Cheryl? Cheryl, what was that?
I can kind of see that because we run into the same stuff, right? Where people will be like, "Oh, I don't want to wear that," but we purposely buy things that you can wash. We have helmet liners, like we work through some of that stuff. But yeah, if you want something to be able to go with the employees, I mean, I don't know how the grant feels about that. Like if they're no longer working, but our stuff stays with us.
I guess there's a concern on these are needing to be replaced, and so this is an ongoing cost each year. We're paying for something this year, something's going to be replaced on the next year and the next year. Now we're just putting helmets. I guess it does go along with their initiative of getting helmets on everybody, but maybe not in this company.
Well, for as much as the federal government got on everybody's case about all sorts of different diseases and things like that over the years, you'd think that they would fund fresh helmets for people. It just seems it just seems off. It just seems bizarre that they don't have some kind of funding mechanism for that, whether it's stipends for their employees. I mean, it just seems, it doesn't seem like the real world with that. And so I don't know. I'm struggling with the helmets and the goggles. I have a hard time with that. I was torn on it. I voted, I said fund it, but really at the end of the day, I'd say take out that, let them budget that themselves and figure that one out.
So I spoke with the applicant, Brian. He called me and asked, do you think that this will go through? And I said, I'm not sure, but make sure that we are only paying for the motorized side. So that's what he did. Again, it's up to you guys. I understand your reservations about it, like why are they funding this? But maybe this is their way of offsetting the cost for them so they can focus on other things within their budget.
So the helmets is one thing. Is there another concern with it beyond the helmets you talked about?
There's VCR mannequins, and there's cones for like ATV trainings, which that one didn't feel out there as far to me, but the mannequins, I was like, ooh.
I have a hard time with the mannequin.
Yeah, they could contract with the local EMTs through the counties and do their first aid training that way.
Red Cross, yeah.
I also happen to know a really good ATV instructor in the area that could put the course together for them too. Right, Fred?
Yeah. That's why I say, like, I know there's needs, but I'm just not sure how it fits the default.
What does the Forest Service do with like boots that you wear? I mean, certain requirements on the shoes they wear. Do they give them
filters do get a stipend for boots for sure, but then the agency does cover PPE for sure. So again, this is something that I don't know what their budget process looks like, but I know what ours looks like, and we identified PPE, which includes helmets, all this kind of gear is like one of our top things that had to be funded. It was like PPE and then safety things like shots for people cleaning bathrooms and then toilet pumping. We're like, I mean, that's like what we, if our funding could only go so far, those were like must do's, right? And then we had a whole bunch of other things below that, but I don't know what their process is like there. I can't speak to that, but again, really great program, possibly some good needs. I mean, what do you guys think? That's because I know we brought up, what this kind of reminded me of is when we had, I think it was Nephi City that put in and they were asking for like Band-Aids and things like that for the ambulance. Was it Duchesne?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember the Nephi? But they were actually asking for like things you needed to have to put the, to put the ambulance. And I remember everyone being like, yo, I don't know. This is feeling weird, right? And to me, this one kind of feels similar where I'm like, I don't know.
To train.
It feels like it opens a door to fund really basic things that are supposed to be required. I remember how we did and not like to fund additional work getting done.
This is Brody.
helmets hanging on a post someplace and say, hey, okay, you don't have, oh, you forgot your helmet, here you go, there's a helmet.
If you're doing like a non-employee training, if you're doing a public training and you want some helmets to provide for people.
But we aren't doing the, I'm pretty sure.
Brody, go ahead.
I suggest that we deny the mannequins, approve the helmets and goggles one time only, and that be very specific in the contract, one time only. Don't ever want to see another contract for that again type thing. They need to then start figuring out their own funding for their safety equipment. And again, take out the mannequin. That just is, that's overkill.
Eric, what's your comment?
I just worry about setting precedents there, Brody. I mean, we either do it or we don't do it. And, you know, you can see both ways, but I agree that this probably ought to be in the department's budget.
Yeah, I mean, can we find like the cones, the storage containers for the cones and the tire repair kits? Like this. Yeah, I mean, it's like nothing.
So if you look at the budget, this is for the ATV classes that our agency is putting on, and we've trained them in this area. So it seems as though it's now their, like the trainer that they've trained is training other people within their agency. So if you see like the ATV safety class, the storage container for cones, tire repair kits, and then helmets and goggles are just for the new people coming in, it sounds like.
And Karen, of course, I would say that we don't know that for certain, right? That's just an assumption based on.
I don't know the exact
Supervisors
conversation.
provide your staff with the right PPE before they go do any training. So like our chainsaw training, supervisor, I had to make sure they have shafts, hard hats, long sleeve shirt, the right gloves before I ever sent them to a chainsaw training, or they would have sent them home. So I don't know.
Hey, nice to stay here.
How much money are do you want for helmets anyway?
Not very much. I mean, it's not a big ask.
How much is in the grant for just helmets?
It's more what you're saying, that's opening the door. 4,400.
But we'd only be paying the motorized side of it.
Yeah.
So if you look at their application, it does state, purchase of training materials, come from the appropriated budgets sent to the forest. These budgets do not typically provide enough funding to obtain the items needed. For this reason, we are looking at the option of applying for a grant that helps provide these items and necessary training. The funding we are requesting will help provide helmets, so on and so forth, for teaching ATV safety classes, and mannequins for teaching CPR.
So they're only asking for $2,000.
Who are they teaching the CPR?
Or certificate.
Yeah.
They're teaching their employees that go out and do the trail work.
Okay, and so it sounds like these helmets are, we just reserved for the class to use during this training, and then.
So it says the safety gear will be used specifically by employees conducting trail maintenance, weed spraying, the restroom cleaning, and on the trail system. Traffic cones will be used by the ATV/UTV trainer on each of the 4 districts of the forest, and mannequins will be used for CPR training of all trail maintenance employees.
Well, the additional benefit of the mannequin is they can be like Moab and put it in a law enforcement vehicle to keep the speeds down. But
Like along the sides of the trail.
we see that. But seriously, who is teaching the CPR? I mean, I don't really have heartburn with this if it's part of keeping trails open and all these folks. But who's teaching the CPR? Like, is that an internal employee that's teaching the CPR?
Certified instructor would have their own mannequins, is what you're saying.
I'm kind of going, but I mean, if they have a program where they have someone on their staff that can do this, and they just need this equipment to be able to do it and help all their people be trained, great. But like our team, our recovery team, we have a guy who's an EMT and E-Front. He brings all his crap, and we, you know, because he does it. That's what he does. So most folks are already going to have their equipment that are doing the training. But I mean,
Sounds like we need to work with this applicant a little bit more. That's what it's sounding like. Do we have are we having a motion to fund it a lesser amount? Did I hear that as an option? I think Brody was talking about that. Or do we just vote on it?
It really isn't very much money. And it sounds like we burn up a whole bunch of time. What's an hourly rate here? Fund it and move on.
If you guys don't mind, I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Sheriff Curtis. I would make the motion that we fund the helmets and the helmets only. That's my proposal.
Okay, we have a motion from Sheriff Curtis to fund the helmets only.
Would that,
entire budget again.
would that be just our share of the helmets, or do we want to fund all of?
The budget just shows all the things.
Our share of the helmets.
So
It'll just be 2,400.
it's containers, tire repair, helmets, cones.
And
You gotta make it bigger.
1 through 5 are technically, well, 1 through 3 are for the ATV class that we train them on. That they are training their employees on how to operate ATVs/UTVs.
So
Blow that budget up. Rachel, blow the budget up so I can see it.
Oh, I'm not sharing the right screen. Sorry, guys. I'll get it one day.
They should already have all that stuff. And besides, I teach the classes to them, half of them.
Well, this is so that their employees can continue on and teach other new employees. Oh, you need, how many do we need? 20. I think we need, Chase, how many cones do we need for ATV training? I think it's at least 40.
120 cones is a little overkill on cones.
Yes, but if
That's so you can
look,
teach multiple classes.
yeah,
You can run out there.
because it's 4 storage containers. And yeah, so it would be, I don't want to do math right now, 30.
That's a good comparison to what we buy for.
Yeah, 30 for training.
Yeah, because, and I can pull up our,
We certified multiple trainers, so probably each trainer has their own training kit.
and that's what we do.
So
This is Brody. I'd like to make a motion that we fund 1 through 5, but not number 6.
We already have a motion standing.
Is that okay?
Yeah, we do have a motion standing, but I haven't received a second for it. Is there a second?
I would second the motion.
What was the motion?
I would second Sheriff Curtis's motion to just fund the helmets.
What is happening?
Okay, we've got,
We have a second
I
motion.
think that was.
I know, but we have a second motion.
Well, we have to vote on this when we decide if we want to do it or not.
okay. So all those in favor of, okay, so let me back up for the minutes, so it'll be easier. We had a motion from Sheriff Curtis to fund only the goggles.
Helmets.
Or sorry, only the helmets. Only the helmets,
And only this amount.
$2,420. And then that was seconded by Kirk. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 Is there any against?
Again, I don't know how to say against.
Maybe we need to do a roll call on this one.
We will. Okay. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I like this motion.
So can we repeat ourselves, and we're gonna go do a roll call. So Michelle, for this motion, so that we are only paying $24.20 for helmets, are you yay or nay?
Nay.
Okay. Bonnie?
No.
You're no? Cheryl?
Nay.
Sheriff Curtis? Well,
Yay.
you made the motion. Brett, you said no.
Nay.
Nay. Jason, sorry. Brody?
Oh, crap. No.
Okay. Jason?
Come back to me.
Okay. Scott?
I don't know. But we'll put a yes spell there just to be different.
Brett?
I would say yes for me, just because I believe in helmets.
Kurt?
Yes.
Okay. Eric? Eric?
No.
Okay. Jason?
Is it a tiebreaker?
No. If you say yes, it won't matter. Sorry.
Yeah.
It'll matter, but.
I think it's no, I think.
I got a question for Chase before we get too far. Because it seems like most of these agencies. You guys hearing me all right?
Yeah, hold on, Fred. So that motion to just fund the helmets or change the application to just the helmets
did not pass.
Failed. And it sounds like if there's an alternative motion, we can entertain that at this time. Otherwise, we could just vote on the project itself.
Did Brody have a motion?
And Brody, you were about to give us an alternate motion.
I was going to suggest that I was going to make the motion to fund 1 through 5, and take out number 6, but in the contract, it would be stated very clearly that this is a one-time purchase of helmets to get them started, so they can then figure out next year what they're going to do or not do, but they won't be coming back to us. Does that make sense?
Do we need to have, I mean, can't we just deny it out here?
I don't want this interfering with my helmet program.
That's different. Yeah, this is completely different.
This would be the purchasing of helmets for employees, so it's a totally different thing.
Hey, Fred, how about we just go write them all a ticket and then they can go get a certificate?
And they can come and see me.
I'd be good with that.
You got all the certificates, give them out.
Yeah, I'll go write them a ticket and then I can give them a certificate.
I need to want that. Guys, it's $7,000. We spent a lot of time on this.
Do we have a second? Yeah.
Brody, you made a motion?
Yes, to fund 1 through 5, not 6, and make it very clear in the contract, one time only on the helmets.
Okay, we have a motion from Brody. Anyone?
I'll second that.
Okay, you got a second from Scott. All those in favor of this motion to fund items 1 through 5 of this contract, but not 6, or of this application, sorry.
And it will be $5,158 if we fund 1 through 5. Sorry, just want to get that.
Okay, for $5,158.
Put that part of this motion to only fund it once.
I don't specifically know.
Check so we can say it and you guys can check with Shane. Okay, perfect.
Also, if it comes in front of the, we can verbalize that.
Okay. With the understanding of a one-time application.
Okay.
So, sorry, can we clarify that? That was hard to hear. So basically, we're going to put it forward how Brody made the motion, but we're going to have Shane look at it and see if we can make that stipulation that it's a one-time ever. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Y'all are breaking my brain.
Thank you for the clarification. All right.
Sorry.
Let's do a roll call on this one.
Okay. Michelle? Aye. Bonnie?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis?
Sure.
Brett?
Nay.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
Come back to me.
No, goodness.
You can't do that.
The chair can do that. Okay.
Me? The chair.
Yes.
Okay. David, not here, Brett,
Yes.
okay, Kurt,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Jason.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so it was at 91%, it's showing red, but it did pass, it's just because there's a formula in place that will show us which one was ranked higher versus lower.
Okay.
So I just need to quickly alter this, but you are, oh, don't we have to vote on the project now?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. Very much. I take it back. Okay.
All right. Now, all those in favor, with this, to fund this application for the Fish Lake OHV safety application 3649 as modified, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I will say yes as well. So you're 100% on that.
Yes, we should be at 100%. I just real quickly need to
Modify the numbers.
modify it. So
Okay.
do we want to just, oh, I don't even want to bring it up. Do we just remove the Mackins? Just strike. I'll strike through for now.
All right, next application is application 3657 for the Jordan River OHV track prep by the Jordan River State Park. When you're ready.
Sorry, I just need to do this or else I will forget. Okay. All right. So this project total is 84,000. They're requesting $60,000. It's a $24,000 match, which is 29%. It's for trail work. This received an 85%. 3 out of 3 said fund. It was reviewed by Scott, Bonnie, and Brody.
You change your picture?
Oh.
Thanks.
Just have a moment, guys. I can also pull up the budget.
The only question I had is, I don't think we've funded benefits in the past.
No, and that, this technically, and this $24,000 should technically be under cash match. But we do not fund benefits. That's a no-go for us with this grant. So that's why it's part of their matching fund.
Okay, that's what I was just making sure on that. So yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't understand the match, how the match worked. And it doesn't, the match does not work?
No, it does. It does. So like for us, the reason why that's their match, the reason why they're paying for benefits is because we said that we will pay for the hourly rate of an employee. And this goes for anyone that applies for an employee position within the grant, but we will not pay benefits or any of that kind of stuff, or like additional pay overtime. We just pay their hourly rates. So that's why it's their matching fund. And it should technically be cash because it will be them physically paying out of their own account for benefits. So it's okay.
So that's just paying for their employee. That's essentially, okay. I just didn't understand what that meant. And I didn't.
Like 401k, health insurance, that kind of thing, we don't pay. This grant is.
But that is just hourly labor then essentially.
Yeah, we would pay for hourly labor.
So that should have been just put differently in there than what
Yeah, and I can even. Oh, not. Y'all got me. There we go. So yeah, it should be cash because it is coming out of there. It's a physical transfer of money.
I guess what I'm saying is the column they put benefit for employee, it maybe should be just hourly wage or something like that. I just didn't understand what benefit for employee meant.
So this should be like hourly wage. This we do not pay. So this will be their hourly wage. That will pay $60,000 total. I don't know what that rate will be. That's for them to decide. But this grant, they're requesting funding for just the hourly rate. And it looks to be, I'm assuming maybe a full-time position, maybe the 12 means 12 months out of the year for 1 year. I don't know. Actually, yes, that's correct. It's only for 1 year because after this, they will get their own funding for this position. Those are the one-time requests from us, from them.
I definitely do have some other questions for this, and I don't want to complicate it too much, but I wouldn't mind seeing the budget for Jordan River, what cost is, how much money they bring in, you know, a spreadsheet of, they have to have a spreadsheet someplace of how much they bring in, how much they spend. It would be nice to know that when I'm saying yay or nay on projects here.
I don't know if it's transparent from us.
Does Jordan River make money or does it lose money?
We don't know that, but they definitely have a revenue source by participants.
Does any motocross track make money? Probably not.
I don't know. I probably not. But it's just a thought. I would like to see the budget, and it's just thought questions.
Yeah. But we don't matter. So I do know that with this.
I manage their ability to pay for personnel and long-term ongoing costs and the money to pay for personnel. What were you saying, Rachel?
I do know that on the comments, it looked like Brody, I talked and emailed. Manager guarantees this will be a one-time funding request. So it sounds as though they're going to be funding an employee in the future. Again, for us, we are no longer part of state parks, so we cannot see their budget. I don't know if, even as a volunteer, if you're able to, it might be a grant request. Be a transparent thing, but we're not sure.
And yeah, and with state like employees, there's issues like you can be approved to have an employee, but then you have to ask the legislature for funding, and it's like a whole, there's lots of positions within the state that are funded by grants.
If it's a wall or spend, or they're making, that would be nice to know for me making decisions whether to give them more money.
I think that's balanced out.
Okay.
Bonnie, Brody, do either of you have additional comments on this one?
No, other than they just said this is kind of a stopgap thing to get them through this year, this next 12 months for this. And then they said they'd be good to go after that. If that's truthful, I don't know, but they sure seem to indicate that that is the case. And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt.
And it is a busy track. I've been there on a weekend and it's busy. So they could probably have some use.
Make it come to practice. It's free here.
I'll let them know.
Okay, any other? All right, let's go ahead and vote on this one. All those in favor of the Jordan River OHV track application 3657, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll say aye since I had my mic off again.
Yes, and you say aye as well?
Yes. Fred, were you saying something?
Yeah, I said that if I turned my mic on, I'd say, yeah, aye.
Okay, good. I'll give you a little longer next time.
We should just have pause because we know Isabel's schedule is all day.
I wasn't going to say it. Okay. All right, on to the next application. This is application 3680, the Rector OHV Trail Interpretive Signs by the Vernal via Lamfield office.
Okay, so their total project is $7,232. They're requesting $4,713, 35% match. This is an access protection grant. I reached out to Shane to see if this falls under the definition, and I never got back to me. I never received an email from him, so state and access protection versus going into trail work. that received 83.33. It was reviewed by Eric, Jason, and Michelle. To said fund, Jason said to increase the amount for the kiosk. And I can pull up the budget.
So again, coming from the same BLM office, the same issue as the last one. I felt like it was light. They were. And access protection, I think Chase, you were on this, right? Were you on the right too, Rachel? During the Trails Forum? Yeah. Director?
Yeah.
So this is that area.
Yes, and that's area.
Yeah, the Good Night area. So this is the record where Bill at BLM was talking to us about preserving access by putting up signs instead of gates. So I can see it preserving access.
Oh, okay.
It's all coming together, right?
It all connects. Yes.
But yes, it's for access protection. This is a really cool ghost town. It's probably the most intact ghost town in that whole area. A lot of cool stuff to see, and it's just a free for all right now. A lot of people can just go walk through. Unfortunately, some people take stuff, but you can go walk through the stuff now. They just want to add some kiosks to promote access protection or resource protection, and then in turn access protection.
Okay. Yeah.
Seems like a good one. I just felt like their budget for signs and kiosks was a little light again. So I would open it up for discussion. I don't know that I can make a motion as a chair, but.
And real quickly with the contingency, it would only be $471.30. And it would be the total project cost would increase to $7,703.90. And we would be giving them funding for $5,184.30. Not a huge increase, less than $500.
Sounds like a great project. Do you need a motion?
We do.
Enough?
Unless we want to just vote on it as
Well,
is.
yeah, are we gonna vote for an increase or?
Yeah.
Or motion for an increase?
Motion for an increase.
Is 10% enough?
It kind of goes back to that same conversation that we had earlier.
So, well, it's the sign, it's. Let's see. It sounded like it was gonna be for defining the signs.
Signs, 1300.
Because of the development of signs. Oh, but then the interpretive side of things, I see what you're saying.
Is that a quote from the BLM? I mean, what are we questioning?
No.
Just if they have enough.
No, I mean, which part of the budget are we questioning, I guess?
I
Sorry.
think I was just thinking that should we increase it?
Well, specifically, I think they got the quotes to do the signs themselves, to get the signs printed. But they didn't have specific quotes for anything else, like with what's holding the signs.
Yeah.
Whether it's a kiosk or not, I just felt like what they had in there was pretty light for what they're trying to do to get signs and kiosks in place.
10% light or 20%?
I mean, it's a small enough one, probably 20%, to be honest.
What, 20? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Sorry, the audio's not coming through the owl very good today for some reason. So I would make a motion to increase by 20% their ask.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Motion by Eric, seconded by Brett. All those in favor to increase this budget by 20% for the contingency, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Okay.
With that motion, they're now requesting $5,655.60 and their total project cost is $8,175.20.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that as modified. All those in favor of approving the application 3680 Rector OHV Trail interpretive signs from the BLM Vernal Field Office, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Fred, were you able to say yes?
Yeah, I got you that time.
Okay. All right, I'll vote yes as well.
I don't know whose mic it is, but I'm picking up everybody's talking, so it's hard to hear you guys.
We moved a little bit closer to it, so hopefully you can hear us better. If not, let us know. We'll all talk really loud.
This COVID is getting to me the second time around. I don't want it for 3.5 months, though, like I had last time.
Okay. Are you ready to go on to the next one?
Yes.
We need a short break.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take a short break. We're back with you guys. Let's come back in 5 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We're gonna turn off the audio on our end. We have a tally going because I called the BLM and the Forest Service. And then 3 times now, I've been called Cheryl or Cheryl has been called Rachel. So just updated. Yeah.
Thanks for it.
Bye.
We'll just start switching all your names. Now some of us remember each other's names.
All right, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Okay.
Good too.
Love it.
That like we got you someone you don't even have to say it. You just let it go.
Nothing else we can do. All right, continuing on. We are on to application 3622, Caney County, OHV. Let's get off here. Park feasibility.
Okay, so their total project is 93,400. They're currently requesting 43,400. That's a $50,000 match. Their match is 54%, and it received the Salesforce after reviewers received 7833. All 3 reviewers said yes, and the reviewers were Sheriff Curtis, Fred Christensen, and Brody Johnson. I will pull up the budget.
So what are they trying to do here?
So this is a feasibility study, and so it's a feasibility study, and then economic impact report, environmental impact assessment report, and operational and management plan for like a training park for off-highway vehicles. We actually went out there, and they have a couple different places that they're thinking about doing it. So I think this is where this feasibility study and like economic impact and stuff is coming into play, because before they decide if they're going to build it, they want to figure out where the best location
So is this including like the NEPA and everything you get the project built, or is it just a feasibility to find out where the least likely environmental impact?
Probably just their.
Who's the management agency?
So this is King County. Yeah, we met with them. So again, this is they're trying to figure out which location is feasible, going to work the best for them. For this, I think there's one over kind of by Big Water. And then there's one like right outside of Canal. So we saw these locations last year. So this would again be for a park that would also be used for going over safety stuff for off-highway vehicles.
Brody, you've had your hand raised.
This wasn't one that I reviewed. I think
Okay.
it said my name.
Wait, I think I did. I was like, how? It looks just like another one that I looked at. I think I did it.
So feasibility study would be pretty much a standard protocol for intensive building of facilities.
Right. Sorry, I've got Sheriff Curtis, Fred, and Brody on here, but you didn't review Brody.
It was.
Oh, yeah, no, that's me. Yeah, those are my comments. Yeah. I was like, man, okay. I was super confused.
It's always something.
Someone said that Brody is Michelle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Fred's raised his hand.
Are you ready for me now?
You bet.
Hey, I got a question for Chase. Can you hear me, Chase?
I can.
Yeah. What direction, because it looks like to me you got a couple of the grants looking to put in training areas and wanting to hire full-time people to do ASI instruction and everything else.
Yeah.
Is that the direction we're going?
So whatever training they want to provide is up to them. If they want to satisfy the statutory requirements of actually issuing safety certificates that's recognized by the state of Utah, all they need to do is coordinate with us, and we just verify that they meet within the administrative rules, that they have that in their curriculum, and they are good to go, and we have the ability to approve those. So we've been involved with that. So if that's their wish to actually provide actual state certifications for our youth, they certainly can do that, but there's nothing stopping them from just providing any type of training. And I think a lot of counties already do that for some of their youth as well. That doesn't necessarily go through us. If they seek to go through us, they can, and we would. We have Juab County, Washington County, and we potentially might have Uinta County in the future as administering I guess a state approved curriculum, but they can make that.
They're asking for equipment, and ASI furnishes the equipment, but they also have CC requirements. And
so
they're not going to get the kids riding them little 90 CCs.
I don't think they have it.
You might get them for an hour or so, but that's it. I mean, it's a problem that I fight on, and because the state hadn't really pushed the CC requirements, then I get the kids trained. But I didn't, funding a full-time guy to be doing that is kind of where we don't want to go, is it?
So if that's what King County wants to do, especially to offer education to their community, providing paid practices, we would support that as a state. They can develop their own curriculum, and if they do want a state certification to go with that, they can just get that approved with us. We just need to take a look at that curriculum and what they're doing. But with this, I still see this as a good beneficial use of OHV funds. But that's the actual statutory requirements if they wanted to go that route.
And I have their project description pulled up. Like, this is their primary goals, is create a trail network of well-marked and maintained OHV trails, offering a variety of terrain and difficulty levels to cater to riders' performance. And they'll also have a training area, a dedicated training area. Again, this is like their feasibility. This is like the first part of it. This is their goal, ultimate long-term. Facilities, visitor amenities, including parking area, restroom, picnic spots, etc., and then an education center to establish an education component to provide information on OHV safety, environmental protection, and local regulations, and then sustainability practices as well. So again, this is kind of like
when I talked with him and that stuff, and then I said, first of all, you got to have a place that people want to stop and unload. He wanted to build a trailhead with it. I said, but are you in the middle of town, or are you on the edge of town, or where are you going to have your trailhead? And then are you going to have room to do what you want to do besides that? And when you look at the map was just showing me irrigation pipes and elevations. And so when I talked to him and I told him what I know about being an instructor and that stuff, but it's getting hard to fill the classes.
So right now, it looks like their feasibility study is for 4 proposed sites. So I wish that they provided maps of all of them to further explain this. I wish this applicant worked a little bit more with me, especially because I've seen it in person. I was shown 2 of the sites. So like a lot of this, again, is just like the very first step before even they do any work. It's trying to figure out where they should have this.
So this is more or less the planning.
This is the planning.
So we're basically funding the feasibility study.
Yep, which we have in the past.
Yeah.
And also, they're providing well over 50% in cash to pay for this. So we're, so keep that in mind. This will definitely likely be coming down the pike, or we'll go through ORI to actually build this. So again, planning phase of this.
Okay. Any other?
That's all I had on it.
Thanks, Fred. Michelle, or?
It would, yeah, it would have been nice to be able to see a little bit better, because the map they provided was like an engineering, like, irrigation, we're like looking at it, what are they showing here? It would have been nice to at least have like, this is the map that they had, and it's like, well, that's not particularly useful. That doesn't give a good, clear idea of what they're trying to do here, but other than that, I think
and I don't even know where this is located.
Right, yeah.
It has the logo Arizona Game and Fish, and I know Arizona Game and Fish has a comparable facility, and that's who we connected them to because they made an education center. Is that the map that they use, or do they get it from Arizona Game and Fish?
This is also right. If this is, I want to say that this is Big Water, which is on the border of Arizona. So honestly, I don't know.
It's like, is this even the right? I mean, I guess it does say HV facility site plan.
Yeah. So if I'm looking at this right, and if I remember correctly, this kind of looks like Big Water.
Well, we just need to make sure that that's the exact documentation, because I remember seeing
It could
something.
be south of the high school down there.
I remember seeing something like this from Kim Jackson, who works for Arizona Game and Fish, who I connected them with on their own education center.
And I wonder if that's like being like where we're going to replicate this. Again, I don't know. I do wish that they provided better maps.
I'm just gonna see like that's part of the feasibility.
Right. Yeah. So this is.
Might just be the example.
I think this is the example from Arizona Game and Fish, which I will say is a great project. I've seen what Arizona Game and Fish has done, so to replicate it would be a good thing. However, that's not in reference to what's actually there, I guess.
Yeah.
Chair Curtis, did you have any concerns on this one?
So the biggest thing for me is the growth, the expected growth. That's what I'm more worried about. That's why I was kind of in approving of this one. I still have concerns if it's still just a study, right?
Yeah.
So we aren't going to see a whole lot of boots on the ground for a while. I guess that's my concern. The other side of it, but my big reason for pushing is we are seeing a huge growth in the area. And so that's why I supported the idea.
Yeah. And this, like, we've funded feasibility studies. We funded it in Paiute County, over by, what's the monument or Butch Cassidy. Yeah. For a feasibility study, I believe, for a bridge. We funded this in the past, not to this, well, probably to this dollar amount that they're requesting with their matching funds, but just more info.
Okay, thanks for everybody's comments on this one. Let's go ahead and vote on it. All those in favor of approving application 003622, Kane County OHB Park feasibility study, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, I'll vote yes as well. On to the next one. This is application 3624, the GCSAR OHB Muskie Grand County OHB purchase and winter equipment purchase.
Yeah, so their total project cost is $100,000, 200. They're requesting $75,150. It's a 25% match. It is search and rescue. And Salesforce it received is 76.67 by the 3 reviewers, which were Brett, Sheriff Curtis, and Kirk. 2 out of the 3 said fun. I believe we discussed this on the phone. You originally said do not fund, but then you wanted to change it to fund,
Yeah.
but based off their OHB percentage of SAR.
Yeah, the SAR team is servicing 25% of the calls are OHB related based on their application. And so I don't know how we want to handle that, but it was something at least needed to be considered.
And so if we did that, we'd ultimately be switching the numbers.
Right.
So we'd be paying, you know, the 25,050 and they'd be paying us 75,000. This is what it would look like. You know, I literally just switched the columns.
Any other comments from Brad or Sheriff Curtis on that?
The only other comment I'd had would be is maybe we should have put the snowmobiles under the snowmobile instead of search and rescue. That might change some things. That was the only other thought I had. But we've funded ones that were at 20% on some of this, so on their OHVs. That was the only other comment I'd suggest is maybe we should put this snowmobiles under the snowmobile grant funding. But
does that change the percentage? The 25%.
I assume that I don't know off the top of my head. I can pull up their contract. I mean, as for I think the snowmobiles will be used for search and rescue.
Yeah, so that's the difference when we've done their funding towards snowmobiles because they were most likely grooming. For those that would be Beaver County with that snowcat that they were going to do and some grooming.
You've had a couple avalanches the last, I don't know, 5-6 years where they've had some people buried in avalanches. So they always have to call other counties to come help them.
Right. The application reads of the 80% of the calls using OHVs, approximately 25% will be directly involved with OHV users, is what brought my attention.
Yeah. That doesn't even okay. Yeah, so we have what that alternative budget would look like. Again, it's not budget.
So is that a motion, Kurt, you would like to make?
Sure. I'll make the motion that we reduce the budget according to the utilization against this is for the amount used with OHV users.
I'll second that. This is Eric.
Okay, we've got a motion by Kurt, seconded by Eric to reduce fund to match the amount of OHV related calls. All those in favor of this change to the funding request, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Rachel, can I ask you, go ahead and finish this voting. Sorry, go.
This is Sheriff Curtis. I'm a nay. It doesn't follow with what we've done in the past.
Okay, then I'm going to do a roll call.
Let's do it.
No, sure, I understand.
Yeah, can you explain that?
I don't understand what we've changed.
Oh, so what the proposal is, they're asking for $100,000. Well, $100,000 is the total project cost. They're requesting 75,000, right? And they're bringing 25,000 with it. Their OHV related calls are 25% of their calls. So
of the 80% of the calls that they use OHVs on, 25% of those are OHV involved. So it's less than, of the total call outs they have, less than 25%, because it's 25% of 80. But my recommendation, and this was the thought that I talked with Rachel about, is they should be having a secondary grant application in the non-motorized to continue funding both aspects. Because if they're doing non-motorized call outs, how are we funding those? Or how can they get funding becomes the question, and how do we set that precedence?
Are they telling me how many rescues are doing snow related type things? Oh, we told them.
It's just OHV related is what they've stated in the application.
Just for everyone clarity wise, I will say like this is the only funding source available right now in the state of Utah that is for search and rescue. So there is not an alternative. They can't apply for non-motorized search and rescue because it doesn't exist. They can only apply for this or after the fact of search and rescue.
However, let's just make this clear because we talk about this commonly. We fund the percentage that they are going to use it for motorized search and rescue. That's been our practice in all other approval recommendations of these grants. So I wouldn't even need to, or we wouldn't even need to make a motion for that because that is what the fund covers, if that makes sense.
They're currently requesting 75%. we pay 75.
Then don't you think that should have been
I
made?
got a question for Nate Curtis.
Go ahead.
If somebody's in a street legal machine with tracks on them, how would you count it?
That's been our practice of covering the
I would
percentage
still
of
count it as an OHV.
As a street legal OHV with tracks on it. You count it as a regular vehicle?
Yep, I'd count it as an OHV. You can't run down the road on those tracks. At least on the highway.
Okay. So if a guy's up there just running around in his razor, what do you count it?
Still an OHV.
It'd be still an OHV?
Yep.
Okay. Is everybody else doing that?
I don't know. I think they would be. I think they'd be considering it an OHV. I've never looked at how it was actually registered. Your street legal registrations are much higher than a off-highway vehicle registration.
Okay.
Almost all your side by sides are registered street legal. Around here.
I have a question for Sheriff Curtis from Brett, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Curtis, you were saying that's not how we typically do it. Can you clarify?
So in the past, we've had several grants applicants that were, say, maybe 20%. We've never flipped it around where we only did 20%, and they had to come up with 80%. We haven't done that, especially many of the ones. And the biggest reason why is we aren't maxing out the funds that are allocated to search and rescue. If we did get to that point where we had more requests than money available, then I would 110% agree we should be reducing it to match those. But at this time, we're not utilizing those funds. In fact, every time we're leaving way more funds on the table. So that's, I think, the big reason why we haven't done that in the past.
We haven't done it in the past. And I think it might have been more so before you came. We had around where there was enough search and rescue that it was.
Where we really had to cut back.
Yeah.
It's kind of hit or miss because sometimes we allow it, sometimes we don't. I'm looking at one from last cycle for the Duchesne County Sheriff's Office where we did change it, the funding. And I'm trying to see.
This is one of the really close on the council. We try to keep the amount of money going. Pretty similar to the amount of rescues that are actually.
It's what we state, but we haven't been implementing it as much.
I would say as an appropriate use of funds, we should really hold consistent on those because these are OHV funds and for the motorized, the representative of the motorized users. You fit with these, I mean, the majority of these are used, just like we talked about trail crew expectations of the funding sources. If they are majority used for OHV users, then that's what we need to look at and weigh in. So that's what I'll offer to the council as far as the proper use of these funds. That's what we need to hold true here and how we can answer to the rest of the users that they're being used appropriately.
And just to clarify, only 20%, only 25% of the calls that the OHVs are going out on are for OHV users.
Correct.
Eric, what's your comment?
It's the same one I always have. These are OHB funds. We've got our duties or our responsibilities is to help manage these grants so that they're used for OHV purposes. I think we've talked about this in the past quite a bit, and I think that's why we put that question on the new application, because it asks how many calls are for OHV related. I'm with Chase on this 100%. I heaven forbid I ever need search and rescue, because I've seen it really benefit some people a few times, but man, I think we also have a responsibility to the people that are submitting for this fund.
Also, just to look at how much we funded, and I think there might be two different organizations based out of Moab for search and rescue, well, Grand County. But if we look at Grand.
Maybe, but Grand County has the statutory authority, correct? All the county sheriffs.
Yep. I know in the past we've funded their fire district. Because their fire department was asking for equipment so they could respond on some rollovers.
Well, we've also, for Grand County Search and Rescue, we've already provided $200,000 towards that for equipment.
Yeah.
So Can-Am.
Definitely it may be needed because they're in a OHV hotspot of the states. And I will say we've seen a lot less search and rescue grants this cycle because I, you know, at least from the trends, I see that we are catching up with some of the need of the county search and rescue agencies, so which is good on that. However, we just need to make sure that the funds are used for their most appropriate use. And that would be our role here.
And I will state, like, Chase asked me why I didn't go in and administratively work with them.
Say you.
You said going forward, especially based off of like this, what we decided this, I think is what I need to proceed forward with is if we proceed forward with, you know, giving them 25% of their request, then going forward, all search and rescue will be based off of that. And I'll be double checking and making sure that it doesn't come to the council until it's been checked and verified. I think that works.
So we have another comment.
I know that we've had this discussion multiple times in the past, and we keep rehashing this, and it's back to what Eric said. Like, this is our duty of what we have to do to manage these funds as a stewardship. If there's an issue with finding grant money for the non-motorized issues, that needs to be addressed separately somewhere else. Like, and Sheriff Curtis, I empathize because I do work with search and rescue in some of the training ops, and I know how much it's needed. But if we're going to set precedents, I don't want to be giving funds out while we have it and then try to change that precedence later, because that can cause a legal issue for us as an advisory council. So if the questions are asked and the rules are set in place, we've got to follow those rules. And gosh, I wish there was a way, and that's what I said to Rachel, is I wish there was a way that we could help allocate or redirect that grant application to a non-motorized process. And that's a serious lacking issue that needs to be addressed on the non-motorized community, is how are they going to help or assist in funding search and rescue operations for their user group?
Yeah, and it's something, unfortunately, a lot of it comes back to pay to play. That's why we have a fund for it, is because we have registrations and there's not really a lot of non-motorized where you're paying or a consistent funding base for it, but it's probably getting the most search and rescue calls. So we're hoping that that changes in the future, but as it stands, we are the only, before it happens, search and rescue. I will say within the application, on every application, it does say this grant is unable to pay for non-motorized items. So that should probably rework to say non-motorized portion of equipment usage, something, I don't know, I'll wordsmith it. But that's currently what it is. We just haven't really been implementing it as hard as we ultimately should.
Definitely. And I'm gonna, because I've got to take off. So I understand and I agree wholeheartedly. So when you see the DNR one coming up, I will mention the fact that they can't give me a solid number on how many they actually went on their agency. They used every other agency's search and rescue calls, not their own. So.
Yeah, that's a good note. Thank you, Sheriff.
And this is, I will say, on the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, this is a repeat one from last cycle. And yeah, we tried to help, but.
If they didn't give all the correct information on the advisement, because I worked with them on exactly what they needed to do, and if they didn't do that and doesn't see that they did that as well, then, you know, we can definitely make that proclamation on, you know.
And if that, and which is fine, I mean, we're okay. If that's how we want to go to it, we'll do it. I'm doing the way the percentages are. I'm good with that. It's just making sure we're consistent. I just know in some of the past we haven't. But that's also why I bring up that one, is when I specifically reached out to Sergeant Kinghorn to say, tell me exactly how many your region responded to. I can't tell you. Maybe 7, maybe 10. I can't tell you. So
Yeah,
not entirely accurate.
Definitely, that's a great note, because it's what they respond to in assistance with the sheriff. So if that wasn't specified specifically, then that's a great note to look into.
I'll forward the email to Rachel, but I'm out of time, so I got to take off.
Thanks, Sheriff. Thanks, Sheriff.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate all you do.
So I did work with this applicant. Pretty much I just helped them copy it over, but I didn't specifically specify that it should be their own search and rescue calls.
Well, that should go without saying.
Yeah.
And because I've had conversations with Sergeant Kinghorn, and those are the ones that I specified on they're your calls, or not your calls, but calls you're responding to. We had a previous problem with another Division of Wildlife Resources request as well off of that. So.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. The motion is to reduce the amount to match the percentage of calls. So reduce the amount to 25% funded by the OHP program. And
I thought that motion had already been voted on.
We didn't finish.
We did.
We were gonna go to roll call.
We were gonna switch to roll call.
Okay, my fault.
So again, to rehash it, the motion was to switch it to a 25% grant, 75% for the Moab Search and Rescue project. And then we'll do a roll call vote on that one.
On the motion.
On the motion.
Well, you would just swap those to be your 75,000 they got a match, and we'll give them 25,000.
Yes, exactly.
Did Sheriff Ernst give a yes or no?
He originally said no.
Well, because we're doing it now, I'm just gonna leave it blank for him.
Okay.
Okay. Michelle? Yes. Bonnie?
Yes.
Cheryl? Yes. Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
I'm back.
God. Okay. Dave? No?
Yes.
That was
Yes.
Brad. Kirk? Yes. Eric?
Yes.
Okay. And then Jason?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion passes as presented.
So now all those in favor of approving the application as modified for the Grand County Search and Rescue purchase of winter equipment. All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Read them.
Well, it's unanimously, so we only roll call.
Yeah.
Roll. Yeah.
If there's any against, please say again. Okay. I'll vote aye as well, so we're good. So as long as it's unanimous, we don't have to do roll call.
All right.
Unanimously, it's getting wrong.
Okay, on to the next project. Sorry, I'm gonna switch page. Okay, application 3661, right, enjoy enterprise. Reservoir safe, and responsible. Responsible. Okay. Dixie National Forest.
Okay, so the total project cost is 115,411. We're requesting 74,873. It's a 35% match. This is an education project. We received a 75% from the 3 reviewers, who were Scott, Brody, and Fred. Brody and Fred said funded a different amount. I have not created a new budget for it because ultimately two people I couldn't decide on one. And then Scott said fund. Real quickly, just a little background on this. This was initially the applying applicant who's now their partner, was Zion Forever. But they're technically ineligible because they're not an OHV nonprofit. So that's why their partner, the Forest Service, applied for this in their stead. I can pull up the budget and show you what's going on there. So again, the Zion Forever was the original one to begin with, but they changed it over to the Forest Service so that they would be eligible.
Okay. Comments, questions?
What is this for? Yeah, I can read the summary of it. It'll enhance OHV safety and riding experience on the Pine Valley Ranger District, focusing on roads and trails near the proposed High Desert Trail and Enterprise. They aim to promote and educate visitors about safe and responsible riding practices by updating signs, maps, and online resources. So we utilizing their partnership with Zion Forever and Tread Lightly to assist with sign development and online information. Forest Service employees, volunteers, and groups will patrol trails on ATVs, UTVs, and motorcycles and engage with riders using our OHV Education trailer. Additionally, we'll provide ATV safety, ASI, through the ATV Safety Institute, training for agency employees, partners, and the public. We will also recruit and train volunteers to create a dedicated OHV group to assist Forest Service employees in promoting and educating riders.
This is Brody. This one gave me heartburn. They're saying that they're going to have volunteers and groups out patrolling the trails.
Well, it's
I cannot figure out what that means. I thought like with the trail host program, they went away from the trail patrol because of the word patrol, and now we got this group saying they're going to go out having volunteers and groups patrolling the trails, and that just seems odd.
It sounds like an education grant with like a 40 support.
Well, also,
yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure prior, and I'm trying to look at the eligible use. I believe that patrolling is okay for education. Not searching.
Action of patrol doesn't have to be a law enforcement, because we don't provide law enforcement. Yeah. So just because the word of patrol, yeah, it's a probably.
Well, that's why the state moved away from trail patrol, is it gave the impression that they were going to be out patrolling, and so they went to trail host.
Non-law enforcement trail safety and trail use monitoring programs to ensure adherence to safety regulations.
And it's an entity that doesn't have a law enforcement function. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious. I don't know who they're going to be getting to do this. The Tri-State ATV Club or Grandma and Grandpa there in Enterprise. I can't figure out who, or the people at Zion Forever or whoever they are that aren't OHV related. Who's I can't figure it out. I can't get any answers. Who are these people out? Who are these people?
Court letters. Where does the court letters come from?
Yep, I can pull that up right now. So can everyone see this?
Which is kind of funny that they have a letter of support from Iron County when this is going to be in Washington County. Just about all of it.
Group in there that's supporting this.
So not right now, no. It just has Iron County.
I didn't understand this project, how it was going to work, and actually how you even monitor its success. I was confused about. They didn't even know exactly what they were going to do. They just wanted money for education and threw a bunch of stuff.
I mean, ultimately, they're I wish this applicant kind of worked with, county, like their program that they have, because they have huge database that they love to update us on, which is awesome, but they get so much information that every interaction is recorded and recorded. And ultimately, that's what we would like to see. We'd likely put requirements on it in place for them so that we understand if this benefited or not.
So is there something that's kind of the same thing as the trail steward program in Moab?
It sounded like to me, just worded different, but it sounds like that.
Yeah.
Not an OHP group supporting it with a letter. I've always looked at that and I'm going, wait a second, why didn't they find a group that does this and have them write a letter?
Yeah, and right now that's not a requirement. We require at least 2 letters of support. In the vision meeting, it's something where that you want to rework is those letters, because like if it's from Forest Service, do we allow a letter of support stating that like, hey, like higher up management, does that count as a letter?
That tells me that they don't know anybody that's an OHP user. If they don't get an OHP group to write a letter, that means that they don't know it. Excuse me. That makes me feel that they don't know anybody that is a user. And I put more weight on that than I do letters from the, county commissioner, those types.
Yeah.
Neighboring county.
Again, but it's not a set requirement that we have.
I understand that. Well,
But the way, like
They have to do it.
is
yeah, I was thinking, OHP grant, I would go find OHP users to write me a support letter, not a hiking group, okay?
Yeah.
Or another group.
It's not required, but it can certainly influence what we think about.
Sure.
Yeah, and maybe it's something as simple as adding, like in our program guides that I'm going to be updating like in a week and a half, is like, we highly encourage you to reach out to your local OHV user group for a letter of support. There's a slight little bit in Iron County, but yeah, most of it's in Washington County when it comes to this area. So.
Could they reapply next grant cycle and they can clarify it a little bit? Like I said, when I read that, I had a little bit of heartburn because I wasn't 100% sure what they were going to do and how they were going to analyze its success. And this would be education is a difficult place to analyze the success because you don't know. It might take years to figure it out. So.
There's still metrics.
There is metrics. If they're, if they just simply do a survey 1, 2, 3, they can easily just log it in. And
it could be as easy. It could be the person that's taking, analyzing it. It push it away very easily too. So.
Yeah. I mean, we have been struggling to get education projects. I will say that, but.
What you say?
We've been struggling to get education projects. Again, if the council feels it's a good idea to just have them come back to next cycle and next year, I think if they have issues with it.
I think if they were to redo this next year with the support of the Tri-State ATV Club and working with you and Chase to maybe make this look better and feel better, because I would be more open to it then, but right as it is now with this I don't know, I'm probably not, I'm just not inclined for this one right now.
So we have a couple of suggested change in funding and decrease suggestions. Is there a motion for any of those that anybody would like to make, or should we just vote on this, do a roll call vote?
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question? What is the heartburn about specifically that we would kick it out? Right. Is it that it's expensive? Is it that there's
you've got a group that has just doesn't. I think the Zion Forever group is more into like the rock crawling, light rock climbing, biking, things like that. It's just not an OHV group, and I'm not sure why they're involved even in this. It just is. They're just asking for so much stuff to do stuff that they are not good at and have just no involvement in.
Learn though. But how do you know they're not good at it, Brody? I guess that's, to me, this is a conversation between the division and the applicant to see if they have, like, what are the materials they're going to use.
Exactly. That's why I suggest that they redo this next year with Chase and Rachel's support. Get the Tri-State ATV Club out of St. George in their backyard involved, who has several hundred members, to kind of come together and figure out how can we make this work and be wonderful. And yeah, that's yeah, I like that.
I would argue that having a group that's not super ATV, who wants to do education and stuff for it, I mean, that I feel like that it seems like for a group that normally I'm like looking at their website right now, I wouldn't assume that they wanted ATV people out there at all. So the fact that they want to work with the Forest Service to like help them get people educated and get signs up seems like a good partnership to foster. Yeah,
I agree.
But again, I don't know that there's anything just like no go. That's my part.
Well, and we always talk about how we want to merge motorized and non-motorized and have everyone work equally together. And this might be a good step for people. I understand the frustration that it wasn't a motorized group, but for all we know, this group could want to become more motorized.
Yeah.
And we love that crossover.
I have some of the same feelings as Brody, and I didn't bring that up, is that we're having a non-motorized group trying to tell us as motorized people how to act. And
again, we don't know who their volunteers are.
I don't have any proof. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That is my gut impression.
Yeah. And I think that's a concern that these guys can definitely advocate for, is like, okay, who are your volunteers going to, I mean, we have this similar conversation right with Grand County, like, who are your volunteers going to be? Are you pulling people from local clubs? Like, I think they can get some of this clarification from them before they go into contract, right? Because I don't think their application is bad. I think there's some concerns that could be worse.
Sure. Let me give you an example. I do non-motorized stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I've had people that I've worked with go ahead and do a project for me, and I go, why did you do that? Well, isn't this what you want? I go, absolutely not. It doesn't fit all in the program. It's because they didn't understand.
Right. But that's where I'm saying, if these guys are very involved with, like, yes, we agree on these messaging. Yes, we agree on this information. Yes, we agree on the messaging you're using. Then to me, those are some of the fine-tuned things that could be worked out without having to just kick the grant out.
So Patrick did post their mission, and their mission doesn't mention anything off-highway vehicles. So that is why they were not eligible. But again, it does say that the Zion National Park Forever project engages in collaborative efforts with federal agencies, gateway communities, and guests to create connections to the Zion regional landscape, leading to lifelong stewardship. By establishing business and agency partnerships, encouraging collaborative innovation, expanding educational opportunities, funding tangible projects, and leveraging resources, the Zion Forever project is building the next generation of leaders and stewards.
I think they're a much bigger group. Yeah, I mean, in their application, it says that they're focusing, I mean, on the education on wearing helmets, like tread lightly practices, staying on trails, like just kind of general stewardship, which that's, you know, kind of based on my mission. They're like more land students, but trying to, and it's proximity to the high desert trail. I think they're just like kind of looking.
What are we spending the money on? Did you?
I have all sorts of that. Yeah, I'll share it again.
Here's, if I was up there and they just said to stop and talk to me, and they're a non-motorized group and they're trying to tell me that how to use my OHV, how am I going to respond to that?
But they're going to ASI training to do that.
Again, how do you know that people on the ground won't also?
Yeah.
We don't.
So we're assuming they automatically find people that know how to ride a big team, right?
Yeah.
They don't have that to show us, and without that to show us,
That is what Grand County did.
that's what they had to do for us, is they had to show us that they were
So,
gonna
you
get
know,
it.
say, Kelton, right?
Yeah.
Well, Kelton is a part of the community and he's doing a great job. And so I think that, you know, I know that's a different comparison, but those are some of the things that you probably want to answer is who is giving the message? Is it going to be that that's what Grand County provided? That's what we don't have that maybe need, that may need to be provided.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not against it. I just have concerns that they bring some more information to the table. My job here is to make sure our funds are used wisely, and I'm not 100% positive that's their intent.
Do we want to vote on it and see where it falls?
Couple just real quick questions then. How many grants has this group received?
For motorized, 0, because it's not amount, like, this is why the Forest Service is applying for it.
Oh, this is the Forest Service. Initially, Dixie, okay.
Initially, it was designed forever, but they're technically under our rules not eligible. So that's why I was like, you're partnering with the Forest Service, have them apply and you can help them.
Okay, so and that second, I mean, this is the full deal. I mean, I'm seeing ATVs and trailers and canopies and wraps. And, I mean, this is the whole deal. They're going all in here. Kind of maybe piecing it together and building something. Plans. It's gonna, or is this gonna succeed? Is it gonna?
Is everything there?
Eric?
Eric, are you still on?
I am absolutely still on.
I haven't said anything.
Well, I've had my hand up, but you guys are talking too much.
Sorry about that.
So I always like it when we have the new groups that'll come in and present to us. I feel like we learn a lot about them. And I'm not specifically saying for this grant in particular, but maybe it would help. You know, I feel like that we get to know who they are and what they're about. And I know that, I don't know, it normally helps me. And so maybe that's part of what the department could do is when we have a new applicant or someone that's had some issues or doesn't really understand that, man, it'd be great to invite them to our meeting or at least to present at our meeting and maybe get to know them a little bit. Because yeah, I mean, they're saying all the right things, but at the same time, this is fully outfitting a complete program from the ground up.
Yeah.
And we don't really know who they are. So that's, and okay, the Forest Service is doing it with them. I mean, is the Forest Service really involved? I mean, is that who we've been talking to on this? Is that who's been talking to you? Anyways, that was just a comment I wanted to say.
Can I answer that?
Well, I think Patrick has his hand up. Like, do you guys have a working relationship with this Zion Forever project?
I don't deal with the non-motorized side, but Patrick, do you know this applicant?
Yeah, I just want to chime in. I mean, one, I think this discussion is awesome. Like, I really appreciate kind of the detail, and I think, Eric, that's a great idea to bring in like newer applicants, and you know, I think it's important to have the right support and things. But from our other grant programs, Zion Forever Project may be like our most successful applicant. They are doing tremendous work. I mean, they've received funding from almost every single one of our grants. I mean, yesterday at the Cedar Breaks Visitor Center, you know, that was a big project for Zion Forever. I mean, that ribbon cutting was yesterday. But really, I mean, it's just been exemplary. I think we probably could put them up as the best kind of grantee that we have in our programs outside of this one, just because they've never applied for this one. So their record is phenomenal. They do incredible work. And that's just kind of a comment on how they've performed. But I think everything that has been talked about in this discussion is really, really valid. I mean, I think every time I listen to your meetings, I'm just always so impressed with kind of the depth of your considerations for a lot of these applicants. So just appreciate y'all.
Patrick, you're striking out the ego of some of our other applicants.
Cheryl's like, hey, my Forest Service is great too. It's just a lot. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, I thought it was assumed, you know, that you want to Wasatch Cash, you know, just goes without saying, right?
I'm just kidding. No, but that's super. I appreciate at least hearing that, Patrick, that this entity is like a known entity that the state has been really successful working with them, that you would put them up there as like one of the top partners. To me, that feels like we're not taking as much risk on them, knowing they're partnering with the Forest Service, knowing that you guys are familiar with them, knowing that there's going to be oversight in what gets delivered. That all feels better to me. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and and I think one other thing that is really great about them. I don't know how familiar you are with some of the more collaborative work that's going on in Zion, but like the Zion regional councils, the Zion Recreation Resource Management, but they kind of spearhead just really massive collaborative kind of groups. Where that's bringing in like the counties, it's bringing in like the businesses, and so they're just really involved in all layers. This is the first I've honestly seen them kind of touch any motorized stuff. So, I think the apprehension is very valid. But yeah, they just do phenomenal work. So.
Brett, go ahead.
What's that?
Go ahead. You got your hand raised.
I've been listening all this time and couldn't get a word in. But anyway, I was looking at that, and as far as, the training and that stuff, they're getting 2 of everything. Why do you have to have so many if you only got 1 instructor? Does each instructor get his own machine? Then does that mean the instructor gets only 1 trailer? I just did our trailer and it was $1,100. I mean, I didn't go the big fancy, but it was only $1,100. So I think there's some overkill in that.
I mean, it's good.
Well,
I make a proposal that we put this off to the next grant cycle and re-vote on it, and ask them to either make a presentation to us or give us more information about it. And it sounds like a great thing, but I have to look at what they put here, and I just have concerns with it. We can simply vote on that if you want. Or it falls. Okay, do that. Okay, we do that. Okay.
Yeah. Give me 1
Let's
second.
do roll call on this one.
Do I have to go first? Cheryl always hates when I do this, so I'll make sure.
Like, I'll make sure mine and defer, but like, I said that first too. I was like, wait, why am I the first person? I'm fine. I'm gonna go backwards.
I will go backwards because we used to do it literally every other person, for Cheryl's sake. So I can do that as well. I'm used to it. Hey, Eric, what is your vote?
Based on Patrick's recommendation, I'm going to vote yay.
Okay. Kirk?
Yay.
Brad?
No.
Okay. Scott?
No.
Okay.
Come back to me.
Brody?
No.
Okay. Brett?
Yes.
Cheryl? Yep. Bonnie?
I missed a lot of the discussion. Can I abstain?
Yes. Michelle? Yes. And then Jason?
No.
It has a 56%, meaning majority voted yes towards it. So right now it is funded. Recommended for funding. Okay.
All right. That's on that one. Let's go to the next one. We're taking more and more time on these. What?
I know.
We need this. Yeah, we need to reverse the order.
Should be reversed.
Make a motion on that.
Right now.
Yeah. Well, which do you guys prefer? That's the thing that I'm like, what do you guys want?
Yeah, that was good because the guy on the
Keep going with reviews. Yeah, okay, I love that.
San Juan County side-by-side search rescue application 3633 by San Juan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, total project cost is $35,496.50. They're requesting $25,496.50. It's $10,000 match, 28% match. This is for search and rescue. received 71.67 from the 3 reviewers, who were Bonnie, Sheriff Curtis, and Kirk Chester. 2 out of the 3 said fund. And then Kirk, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I might have changed this one as well, but you want to decrease it based off of their motorized versus non-motorized.
Correct.
And then if I go over here, that would be changing it so that we are only paying for.
What was the percentage involved?
Yeah, let me pull that up first.
But I think this is the one Sheriff Curtis also said wasn't their numbers. They were using. Isn't that what he just referenced, or is that a different grant?
That's a different one.
Wildlife one. This is.
All right, my bad. Okay.
Whatever. All right, let me pull it up real quick. Yeah. Okay, so they've had 34 search and rescue incidents. 6 of those were motorized with OHV users. So what's 6 divided by 30?
17 and a half.
Okay. You guys are. Sorry.
Sheriff Curtis made the argument that San Juan County has a history of struggling to have funds. Their ability to come up with matching funds is encouraging, but he also believes that there will be growth in the OHV realm over the next several years. So
The altered budget that I have, it is that where we're paying 18% and they'd be paying 82%.
Make it bigger so we can see it.
You're on the wrong screen.
On the road. Gosh, sorry, y'all. Yeah, so this would be if we altered it, where we would be only paying for the motorized usage of their search and rescue calls. So this is if we, again, altered it, this is their original. We'd be paying a lot more.
You have to offer it because that's in our.
That's what they just did. Yeah.
Comment on the
Yeah. Yes.
Somebody's raising their hand.
We do. Eric.
Hey, Colin. Yay. Hey, a couple things here. I had a question. Is there a trend? Like, did they give you the last 3? Sometimes the search and rescues will give us the last 3 and you can see a trend and we could say, okay, yeah, next year they're going to have more. That's one question. But another one is they are asking for Expedition Ultimate, which is a top of the line machine. They could maybe get by, you know, funding as a challenge for them. They might be able to get by out with something a little bit less that would take their match down a bit.
What's the Defender?
It's an Expedition Ultimate.
Do they have flexibility that if they see that they're only getting $6,000, that they can change what they end up getting accordingly?
That would probably, I think it depends on the cost. It might involve an amendment. But again, they have that capability. It just requires some administrative work.
Well, we've set the precedence with the first one. Yeah. Do we need a motion?
Yeah, sorry.
So what would the motion be for the actual funding that we did? Funded it at 18%.
Yeah, so it'd be same total project cost, but we'd be paying $6,389.37. They would be paying $29,107.13 with that, which they would be paying 82% match.
Bonnie or Kurt, did you have anything else to say towards that one?
No, I empathize with their position, but we have guidelines that we need to be following.
I can make a motion that we use the altered sheet that you have up, that we fund at the lower amount.
Okay.
Okay, we've got a motion from Bonnie. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
We'll let her say.
So what's the motion?
To reduce the funding to the percentage of OHV calls, it's 18%.
To be consistent with the guidelines. Okay, all those in favor of Bonnie's motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, all those in favor of funding application 3633, San Juan County side-by-side rescue for the San Juan County Sheriff's Office as amended, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I will go aye as well. Very good. No, it's too bad.
Well, we get it at 18%. Pass.
Yeah, so 34 responses.
Okay, number 16, application 3672, Jordan River OHV lighting project by Utah Moto Co. Cheryl? Rachel?
Before I start real quickly.
Oh.
Seems like we're done.
So this project total cost is $348,262. They're requesting $290,000. It's 17% match, and it's under the trail category. Their Salesforce score is 7167. The 3 reviewers were Scott Wheeler, Eric Nelson, and Brody Johnson. Scott said do not fund, and then the other 2 said fund. It looks like we have some people with their hands up. Okay.
Eric, go ahead. We'll let someone shoot. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted.
How's that? Is that better? Me and Fred, we're working on our mute button today.
We can hear you, but I don't know if it's better.
Thanks, Eric. So there's a couple things on this one that I talked to Rachel about. I also called the Utah Moto Co. A couple things about this is, you guys are saying I'd like to see this facility at some point, and just to let you know, this is the downtown kind of Salt Lake Valley motocross track, and it's in a unique position where it gets a lot of use, and there's a lot of funding that goes there. It's been around a long time. They try to have safe tracks and challenging tracks, and I think it's a needed facility. And one of the issues is lighting, because they try to have it open during the week, and everybody wants to go after work and ride. And in the corner seasons, your spring and your fall, it gets dark pretty early. And so they're trying to keep it open later. It works good for the summer months as well. They can have night events. But this is just a new lighting system that's going to make this thing so it is more flexible. And so my kids, they ride there quite a bit. Quite a few of the kids here at work ride there quite a bit. They'll travel up to Salt Lake County to go ride because they can ride in the evening and after work. And, something else that came up in this request is, we've got the new rule that basically says if it's state park project, then it should be a state park application. Talked to Rachel about that. She's going to look a little bit more into it. She said that because they're a vendor or something like that, they thought maybe this would work. Regardless, this is, I think, a good project. My question was, is state parks going to be able to fund the extra labor to keep it open? And I sent, I left a message with, is it Ron Behringer or something like that? Whoever's managing Jordan River. I left a message with him. He didn't get back with me. The Utah Moto Co. Moto Co guy said that he had that discussion with being able to staff the later, you know, to be able to utilize the lights more, and he said that they would be able to staff that. Randall, that's his name.
Yeah, and he's, oh gosh, he put in, oh my gosh. Okay, oh. Sorry, I don't know why that's so fun. Okay. Right, okay. This did come from the park manager and he supports it. I know that we've said this, but I was just looking at, I did send this on to state parks and the person who's overseeing projects being like, hey, this park, this is applying for them. And they just had a question about the lighting project and what they're like, how it would go if they're contracted. I don't know who Mikey Powell is. I assume kind of based on that, that's who they know.
That could be the guy. That could be Utah Moto Co. Mike Powell.
If the contract is with Mikey Powell, if he supplies the match, if he's not selected as a concession in the future, so no longer on site, does he own the equipment or would the state own it? There was really no mention. And I assumed based off of Susan not raising a red flag that we could vote on this and then find out more.
Is he aware of the?
Randall?
No, is Mike aware of the, because Western Single tried working with Park as well on things and couldn't do it because they would have to have bonding of some kind.
Actually administratively switch for state parks to be that. That is what I'm wondering if that should be the main direction for that, because we'll have the same issue with this one as we did with Western Single.
Right.
And Randall should know this.
Well, Randall supported the last one too, and there we were switching it back to state parks.
So if you guys can administratively figure it out, it'll be a cool project.
Yeah.
Scott?
I heard, it's your turn. Okay. We need another button on the deal, saying fun, not fun, or fun and less. You need to put one in there that says need further discussion at a meeting. Okay, can you think? I mean, none of these buttons said what I wanted. I wanted to say, hey, I'm saying no right now, but I really want to have a discussion. It's not that I'm against it, but I need a further discussion before I would say yay to it. Also, why didn't Jordan Weir ask for this as opposed to this other? That would be the big thing.
We should put her on hold. To answer your first thing, I think that might be a double-edged sword with you guys, because you guys, I love you guys, but if you guys have a discussion.
Call it the Scott Wheeler button.
Yeah, the Scott Wheeler button.
Were you guys okay with that?
Well, we don't have some of them. I just didn't put fun or not fun, and I put in the thing that I didn't want to choose one until we had a discussion. That's what because it doesn't make you put one. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
like baby share, but no, that's what I did. That's why some of mine don't have a fun or not fun, and it's just like
I'm just scared that
I want
to fill out all of them.
We're already going to talk.
Yeah.
Okay, there's another thing I'd like to ask. Is there a time limitation where the community will shut the track down? Could you have to close it at 10 o'clock? We close it at 12 o'clock? Is the ordinances that you can't run it late at night? What about the lighting? Those are the discussions that need to be had about this. And I like the idea. I love to ride my bike at night. It would be neat to go ride out there. I think it's a neat project, but I think there's questions that need to be asked and resolved first. And two of them are why them as opposed to and is there ordinances against running lights late at night and noise.
Eric, go ahead.
So they already have night events right now. I know it's not all the time, but they do some events there that are at night. And I think the park has 3 portable lights, and then whoever's requesting to put on the event or whatever normally has to go pick up more. And so they're already having night events. Now I know it's not weekly, and that is a valid point. That's something that I thought about too, is how's the community going to respond to having this thing open, whatever it is, 3 nights a week or whatever the schedule is. It's a somewhat limited schedule when it's open. But anyways, I agree. I did ask that question, but not of the park manager.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah.
You know what? Utah Moto applied for this grant opposed to Jordan River applying for it?
Yeah, that was a discussion I had with Rachel as well. Is that's one of the things I saw. I'm like, well, this is supposed to be coming from Jordan River, and Rachel thought that maybe he was a vendor or something, but it sounds like they're kind of getting to the bottom of it. And so, yeah, if they can figure it out administratively, I think it's a great project. But that's probably up to.
We talked about almost like they're gonna use it someplace else, and it's we're gonna put some 100-foot poles up, and they go, wait a second, they're not gonna be mobile ones, they're gonna be set in place at Jordan River. But I almost got the impression from the grant application that they might want to use this someplace else, and I was a little confused about it.
No, they're permanent in the ground light posts, and I guess they're very similar to the soccer field that's next to them somewhere. Maybe that soccer field right there. But to the south, there's a soccer field.
Okay, any other discussion points on this one? Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote on this one.
Okay.
If you will.
Yes. Okay.
We're looking at approving it and you guys looking into whether or not they can be the applicant.
Yeah. If you guys recommend it for funding, we'll do our due diligence before anything.
If you'll do that, you put that in there, I'm okay with it, but it would have to.
Yeah.
But this should have probably gone, then sent to their contracting person. That would have had more information and clarity. That's all I thought of me. All right. Hey, Bonnie, is it okay if I start with you?
Yes, sorry.
Very good. Is that a yes for starting with you or a yes for this project?
Yes or no, Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay. Daryl? Yes. Okay. Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Scott?
Hey, you skipped me.
Don't do that. Oh, geez. That's why I rolled my eyes. Jason?
Yes.
Okay. Scott? Okay. Brett?
Yep.
Kurt?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And Michelle? Yes. Okay. So again, we will do our due diligence with this. If it's, and I can update everyone, if it's not gonna work out, it won't be submitted to be recommended for funding. So there won't be any, yeah, it'll be removed.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to the next one. Page 3656, Unstoppable on Wheels. Saving lives, one ride at a time.
Someone use ChatGPT to create these. Okay, so the total project cost is $76,286.92. The request is $43,522.14. The 43% match is for search and rescue. On Salesforce, it's scored a 63.33. Of the three reviewers, we have Eric, Brody, and Sheriff Curtis. Brody and Sheriff Curtis said to fund, and then Eric, you said to decrease and purchase a different machine. I do have that with this here with the alterations, as you suggested, where we changed it to a Pro XP and the Sport trim with a total cost of $26,000. Those would decrease it. I can also pull up the application and see what their motorized versus non-motorized looks like and see if this is potentially needs to be altered more.
Sure. I just looking at it, and I looked at the numbers. It'd be great for everybody else to see them as well. But keeping with our you know, what we've been asked to do. I mean, I think we've been helping them out, and I think they need help. But a Pro R is just the absolute top of the line, craziest, fastest buggy with big stereo and GPS and all that stuff, where search and rescue is going to likely have their own purpose GPS and radios and everything else. And I don't know that shocks tuned to do 90 across the desert are applicable for this. I mean, it'd be fun, but no, I think a Pro XP is still a turbo machine. It gets plenty fast. It has the same space. It actually has more cab space because the motor's not so big. And I think it would still get the job done. That would just be a recommendation of, you know, if these guys are limited on funds, that would be an option for them to still achieve very similar goals with slightly less money. But those are my opinions.
So
What's our percentage of the calls
they,
related?
it looks like 31%. They did also have their stats somewhere. So.
And they're asking for 60% of the project.
No, if we altered it to the suggestion that Eric had, it would be 60. So the less expensive machine. But right now it is 46.
And I really didn't cross-check all their numbers here. You know, are they saying that this is how many times they use an OHV, or is it how many times it's an OHV related call? But I don't know.
If you look at their 2023 SAR calls, I assume that this is not like they have, is this the county? King County. Yeah. There's the county.
They're just search and rescue.
Yeah.
Search and rescue. What's their description?
This is their location.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
What did they put in the question in that?
Let's see. Also, he did send actual bids, which I did put into his application as well.
Yeah, and they were accurate for what he was asking for. Did we really just fund 6 motorcycles in the last couple of years?
Is this King County?
Yeah.
Right? I can look at it.
Yeah, we gave them a bunch.
Yeah. Let's see.
For another one. I realize it's a slightly different style of motorcycle. They're asking for one that's slightly more nimble, but it's called a cross trainer. It's definitely not good for packing people out, but maybe could get more access.
I'm pretty sure that this is the one that they sent us. Well, they were very, like, they found it very useful, if I'm thinking of the correct one. So King County, let's see what it's for. Yeah, for bikes.
People that done research on say, hey, I moved back.
Yeah.
Oh, those are kind of adventure bikes.
Yeah.
The first one's an X trainer, the first 2, and they're asking for another X trainer. But they got a Norden, which is an adventure bike, a 390 adventure bike. Yeah.
I feel as though this one, in a meeting, one of our Tuesday meetings, I'm pretty sure that they like showed us a picture of it. Our director was like, they thanked us for this because they have been utilizing them. So I wonder if that's like, it's working for them and that's why they came back for more. But we did fund them additionally. Like this was closed out of this year. It was in April.
Just didn't.
That's a pretty.
She's looking at this. Oh,
yeah.
I was trying to, this is.
Yeah. This is the last one that
We already approved for.
Yeah. These were the approved bikes.
Yep. And so they're asking for another Beta X trainer, cross trainer, whatever you want to call it, and a Pro R, an XP Pro R, which is a UTV.
This is, no, sorry, wrong one. No.
So what did we decide? Sorry. I'm bouncing all over the
I
place.
know, I'm trying to.
Tell me what the percentage
There.
of OHV related search and rescue comes from. 31%. So if we're gonna follow suit, then we'd be reducing by at least that much. And then Eric, you're also recommending funding cheaper side by side?
If they're having a problem with a match or whatever it might be, I just feel like that machine is overkill. But I don't know what to suggest. I mean, I think it'd probably be fair enough to go and drop to, you know, follow suit with what we're doing. I mean, they're asking for that machine. Maybe they have a need that I don't understand. But it could be a recommendation if they come back and say, well, we don't have the match for that. Well, you could go to a machine that's about half of the price.
Yeah. And with your suggestion of that, this would be the altered one. Again, we'd need to change it a little bit more, just to get that so that we're only paying 31. But this is a closer figure.
So is that 31% of total?
Yeah.
Okay, we just need a motion on that then.
Since I caused all the problems, I can make that motion. I make a motion that we reduce our portion that we'll pay based on OHV recoveries, with also a suggestion that they use a cheaper machine to fulfill the 4-seat UTV requirement that is nearly as capable for cheaper.
I second that.
And we have a motion from Eric and a second by Brody. And any further discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote on the motion. All those in favor of that funding package, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, I will vote aye as well on that. Okay, now with that changed funding package, do you have those numbers?
Give me 1 second. So we'd be paying, this is how much we'd be paying. That's 31% of their total project cost with the lower machine at $26,000 for the machine. We'd be paying $17,057.43.
Is that in line with what you're thinking, or were you just thinking swapping to match the percentage and then letting them decide?
No, this is a combination of the two.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a cheaper machine plus a lower percentage.
Just want to be clear on that.
Like, based on this, we probably wouldn't even pay for the UTV, because if you add up the X trainer and the trailer, it comes to 17,414.38. So we can kind of just delete this. That should actually be. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
You're good.
All those in favor of funding at those terms, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I will vote aye as well on that one. All right. Number 18.
Can you hold on 1 second, please?
We'll hold on just a second.
Thank you.
Take your time.
Three, 5 seconds. We tried.
Should be an open window.
It's been my, like, all summer. Turned on between really loud and very loud.
Always fine.
It's not, it's here. I'm just struggling.
So, like I'm told, I walk out to go to lunch. It's still summer.
It's 100 degrees.
Oh, I'm having cold flashes in my. Right now.
Anytime, Rachel.
I'm working on it.
You haven't been marking it down on the board when you just, right. You haven't given up. That's right. We should embrace it every time we get rest.
You guys can do this. I think so. Okay. I adjusted it all.
Okay.
We have another one.
We'll let you know, Rachel, as the person who often has to take meeting notes. I'm loving this. Thank you.
You're doing great. I'm not, but you're welcome.
I'm appreciating that you are doing it.
It is. I know. So I'm like, I don't want to mess it up because then it's wrong. So, okay.
Application 3617, John Mission Wildlife Law Enforcement, 4th Region. Take it away.
Okay.
Rachel.
So Justice of the President, this is the one that Sheriff Curtis was talking about before he left. So the total project cost is $48,594. They're requesting $24,297. It's 50% match. This is search and rescue. It's for $6167. 3 reviewers were Sheriff Curtis, Cheryl Butler, and Michelle. Sheriff Curtis said decrease so that their match is 75%. Cheryl said fund, and Michelle left it blank because she would like to have further discussion.
Well, and I think for me too, after hearing that Sheriff Curtis called and they couldn't necessarily hone in on how many they actually helped with, and they were giving a bigger number for like search and rescues in that area. Because when I talked to him, I just asked him, is that why you guys did the 50%? Was because you figure you'll use this 50% of the time for other type of work and 50% of the time responding. And he's like, yeah, that is what you're doing. But it wasn't very clear in the number, I guess. So yeah, I think the percentage for this one's kind of.
Yeah, we didn't see this last.
Yes, it was a repeat.
Yeah, I'm struggling to like really understand how they're planning on using one side by side to service like 25% of the state. It just seems.
Well, I think it's in concert with all the other, I mean, I have to say they have one of the most robust list of support letters from like agency, law enforcement agencies and people doing search and rescue in that area, right? Like it sounds like they are working together, they're trying to respond. I just don't know what portion of the responses they're actually involved in. That's the question.
And I believe that was the concern last time as well. So.
Did they fix the concerns?
Can they stand on the vehicle? This cannot be used to give a ticket. On the cab, it says this cannot be used to control. You can't give a ticket.
We are not patrolling.
50%. Yeah.
So they're going to.
They can still control out of it because part of it is wildlife funds to allow that to, so they can use it 30% of the time.
So 30% of the time they do that. So there's like walking there saying, okay, now we can take it. Now we can.
Yeah.
Sorry, we can't come out before we're over.
No,
That's just their anticipated percentage.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
At least they're
they're our sister agency. Our agency would do, you know, a percentage of search and rescue and a percentage of law enforcement.
I guess when they use the word patrol, it throws things, red flags.
Yeah, they're bringing 50% cost, so that's.
But that's the percentage that they are using it for.
Yeah.
For each side of the machinery.
Yes, so you're on
Didn't you say go to 75%, so we're paying for the rough tire? There.
Yeah, but this one's hard because again, I don't know how many of those search and rescue cases they actually went. Just because there were that many in that area, like what did they? That's the part. It's not like sure.
Again, this also goes back to how, like, pretty much almost $50,000 for one machine. Is that practical? You know,
It's an expedition.
Yeah. Which is what, you know, yeah, Eric's been repeatedly bringing up. It's top of the market right now, but, you know.
We funded it, we have funded that particular model.
We have in the past.
We've mostly not funded that particular model.
Exactly.
And it's a lot of accessories, light bars, rock sliders, like six grand in accessories.
Our agency doesn't have the big speakers. Our agency purchases either Canon or, you know, okay. It is not that competitive.
And this is probably a state contract bid, so.
They have no choice. Well, Recreation is one of the state contracts. I mean, they could get a bid.
Yeah.
Young Power Sports is also part of the state contract, so. And those are
And there's like literally like at most $1,000 difference between Weller Recreation and Young Power Sports.
I guess I'll entertain a motion if we want, if somebody would make one for reduced amount of funding. Sounds like Sheriff recommended a decrease.
Yeah, the match is 75%.
So that their match is 75%. He's not here to make a motion, but if anybody else dare to. Or desire to, I should say.
Do we have, sorry, before you motion, I'm going to interrupt, but do we just have a percentage of anticipated
We have like really like.
for that funding amount?
What's hard is again, they put that number of search and rescues total in that area, but I don't know how many they went.
Yeah.
I think that's where Sheriff Curtis's concern was too, is like, that's interesting information that's how many happen in that area.
Well, I think the argument though is, well, we didn't have an OHV to support it, but because.
I don't know.
So I'm saying 125 out of 229.
Really?
DWR conservation officers are typically well. Oh, yeah, it's a 7-county area. So this is what they're saying.
Calls, but again, that's between all the different agencies.
Is it possible to do an amount based upon the ones that they're actually responding to?
Well, we don't know that.
Well,
Yeah.
to get further information, because they do have a reporting system to gather those numbers.
I don't think what Sheriff Curtis tried to call them different.
Yeah.
And that we did, so that's what he wanted to point out. He was waiting on.
Yeah. And Chase, do you know, like, do they already have side by side that this would like go into a fleet?
Yes.
Or to service this whole area?
It's similar to the fleet for law enforcement rangers that we manage, and so we just go within that fleet. Wildlife is separate from us. I know we have that hospital, somewhat combined, but it'll still be different. So recreation and parks will have their own fleet.
But I guess my question is like, is this singular OHV could go to any of these counties, or is it like, this is the one that we're going to share with 7 counties?
It would serve that crew. Everything started in Kingport, and there's roughly 7 counties within that group to serve. So every single department, we have a side-by-side that may serve a group of 6 rangers that can respond to Utah County, Wasatch County, Duchesne County, etc.
Okay, so but this is the only one currently for that region.
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's kind of what I was saying.
I think it just be an addition to their, I'm not sure about their numbers.
This machine would be used by 13 conservation officers. They estimate that it'll benefit at least 150 incidents a year. So that's what they're stating amongst those 13.
Yeah, it just seems crazy to estimate that when it's like, well, right now it's in Park City and the calls coming from Tremont. I don't know. Like,
Are we gonna drive down to Park City and go get it, or are we just gonna use the one we've already got?
yeah, that's my big, like with the way this is written. Like, well, no, you're not gonna respond unless.
It's in your possession.
Right. And so it's like, so this is the, you know, put it in that 300-mile of trails area that they call. Have Ridge Weaver County. It's like, okay, that feels a little. Anyway, those are my.
Sorry, you were.
I was just gonna go with show purposes of information, to be honest. But have we figured out any more since then?
No, honestly, I don't think so.
Seems like there's some missing here, or we can simply vote on
I mean, that one was, there were 2 numbers I saw, was 125 out of 229. Was I reading that wrong?
It's,
That was a guess.
that was their, like, for all 7 counties. It sounds as though that's for all calls throughout those counties for every entity, for every organization, agency.
I mean, if I were to advise, I would advise based on Sheriff Curtis's recommendation. I didn't know if he had any additional things, but, you know, he's the one that's been mainly having that conversation about this.
So, real quickly, sorry, I just read their abstract. It includes federal agencies, Parks and Rec, Outdoor Recreation, Forest Service, and BLM. So I assume those numbers are combined, all nation. But real.
Did you ask for me?
No. Just an awkward silence.
I'm about to fall asleep. The COVID's getting to me.
Let's wrap this up so you can go a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we fund at the decreased the amount to match 79.
To fund 25.
To fund, thank you. Make a motion that we fund 25%.
Second.
Yes.
Who was that? Was that Fred?
That was great.
Okay. And so these numbers down here is how much we would fund. So we would fund 12,148.50. They'd pay 36,445.50.
Okay. All those in favor, oh, sorry. There's a motion by Brett to fund at 25%, seconded by Brett. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now on the vote for the project as suggested or as amended. All those in favor of funding the Utah Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement Northern Region at the amended amount, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I will go aye as well now. We need to discuss this other application, Joe, that came up for the
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
well. So, I can use that, if that's okay.
Yes.
Just because of the knowledge that we've been working with. So I guess, before, we go the route that we need to, does anyone have any concerns with the actual application?
Tell us about it, because I did review it, I recommend it.
Okay, so to give a backstory, a couple of years ago, we had that significant winter, and the Narrows up 485 American Canyon, it sucked off even more. That's always been a problem. It's always been a problem to have any type of two-way traffic, and so due to safety concerns, it was shut down administratively. How that affects us is our grooming program actually grooms directly through there, and we are unable to get a through there at this point. And we have partnered with Utah County Search and Rescue to use a tow behind warmer behind a snowmobile. What we've been working on this year, so 2 years later, we've been working on to try to find a path to get this back again. So talking with the Forest Service as well as Utah County Bills Department, we've come to the table as a possible funding source to resolve this situation, hopefully by next year or the foreseeable future. The timeline we definitely don't have right now. Forest Service does have an engineer assigned to it that's been communicated to us, and Utah County is willing to come to the table with some other services for to help widen that narrows and get it back open for the public to access from the Tibble Fork side. You still can access down to Forest Lake and River Basin from the Wasatch County side. They will shut it at that section there. So we see that multiple funding sources may be needed, working with the Forest Service in Utah County. So a large project that will need more than the $350,000, more like $650,000, and that's just a rough estimate to attempt to get this back open. So I guess what I'm mainly asking is if there's any main concerns with the project itself. I'd like to know now. We don't need to vote, but I will take this before our Outdoor Adventure Commission with our partners. The date is October 29th. Is that a set date to do that? And we can go from there. If for some reason something got moved quicker, then we would look at making adjustments to get work done sooner rather than later. But right now, we're just on the planning process at this point. Look like it's work ready right now, according to Utah County Air Force. So that'd be accurate.
Yeah, can I add some input? So originally this was scored and reviewed. There is Eric, Nelson, Michelle, and Brett. So it did score an 86.66 when it was reviewed. These are their comments. So all three said fund. Yeah, that it's highly necessary.
I think we have some.
Yeah, we do. It's not shit.
Go ahead, Eric.
My only comment was I did confirm with Richard Nielsen that it is a Class D road. That was my concern. So whatever, it's legal for us to, I guess, use the funding on this, our funding on this road.
Is it Class B or Class D? Okay. So yeah, we are okay with Class B with that we've done in the past year that Shane has been okay with us.
Right. I think Eric was asking if it's a Class B road.
No, it's a Class.
D is in dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, my turn is.
And that's the first thing that I asked, what classification of road this is. Utah County does have a current MOU with the Pleasant Grove District on certain types of maintenance of these roads. So that's where we're working through multiple entities to
cheat the books. So is there a need for us to add funding to the pot too then?
Well, we're only allowed to, 350,000.
We can actually go up, it's just they only requested 350,000. Because when I spoke to him the day of, he said.
I guess if there was a need for more, I definitely don't think that OHB should hold the lion's share of the funding. We can fund from multiple sources to get there. But if there's any concern of using more than the amounts, then maybe we'd have to revisit this in your advisement. As far as using the funds, is there any concerns from our council so that I can move it to the next?
Looks like it meets the. I am concerned with who uses the road.
95% of which energy groups.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, that accesses, forest lake, mineral basin, a lot of single track still accessible, but if it goes up to full line pass, it's a major source. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brett. It's a major path from AF to Wasatch County. They take that path, go in Wasatch County midway, go back over.
You do get some like regular trucks and, people like that to drive it. It's a pretty rough road. Yeah, but in general, to get up to the narrows and above, that's a lot of the OHV razors, AWs, Jeepers, that really.
Drop that much.
Yeah. Typically by then they're like, well, maybe not, but I don't know. One day we saw like a little Camry driving through the narrows, and we're like, "Whoa, that's really nice work."
You see a lot of
so you never know.
Camping up there.
Yeah.
As well as there's some, things motorized.
And immediately up, you got Maryland Gulch, you got Mineral Basin, you got Elk Drive Park. I wish we could get Pittsburgh Lake open. But it's epic. It's some of the best four-wheeling GP in Utah, right? That is our Silverton, Colorado.
Especially right there along the Wasatch Front. Like it's different for sure. But the technicality of the trails and it's super important.
I'm very sad that this was withdrawn because I was really excited this project.
So excited.
Because I would feel like this is a great site visit.
So it's not technically withdrawn, it's just taken before to get the funding that we need. So, it's still probably going to use over funds. We don't need to vote.
Would it be beneficial to have funding before the Adventure Commission can give it?
It wouldn't be the Adventure Commission to give it. We can still advise on using that fund even without the recommendation of the council.
And you can let them know that it's not like they'll be on our council heading. Like,
yes.
Sounds like we're all there.
The biggest thing I need, if there's a concern from any of our council members, if we were to just use this fund administratively, kind of what we talked about before today, getting that advice from our council members, because you're representing your groups, we can administratively just have a sign off from our director to utilize these when it's ready.
What funds? I mean, is it coming from our fund or is it coming from different pot?
Multiple pots.
With the motorized portion that you're requesting,
it would come from over.
So when I'm trying to understand, they withdrew the application because they're going to ORI. Does that mean they're not going to be asking for funds from our fund, from our pot?
No, we can utilize this fund as well as ORI administratively. And if there's anything else, and we can approach the OAC to advise them on that and keep you advised on that as well. And that's what we're doing. Make sure that we can just use those funds.
What we have the ability to, with the trail work category, there's no limit ultimately, which there needs to be. You do that. Keep that in mind, people. We need to put a limit for trail trips.
Maybe.
But so I think if we have the capability of funding over 350,000, why don't we just do that now instead of
it's not working for you. That's the
engineering is figured out.
Engineering is someone's assigned to engineering. Nothing's complete as far as go and move dirt right now.
So do they know what the budget is going to be?
We don't even know what the budget is.
Did you need on it?
No, because it's considered road.
They're sticking with the same order.
Yes, the problem that I'm concerned about is that you've got a very narrow window. I mean, you know, Brett was saying that they can build it in 2 months and maybe they can, but you know, they can't get up until June.
Yeah.
Right. So we've got a very narrow window and I don't want to delay anything.
It's not going to delay anything that happens, and we'll make sure that everyone's aware on that progress. I mean, we've been working this since April on that, and we've had continuous meetings. Obviously, it's a big project, but it is a high priority for Forest Service and us. And so if it were ready tomorrow and all the approvals were met, would we start tomorrow and everyone? Yes, we would. But we'll figure that out once we actually get the price and when everyone can be ready to work on the road.
Do we have a ballpark of how much will come from the over fund?
So, not a ballpark, because I don't even know. We could do more. If we could make a recommendation here that we wouldn't really need a vote on the recommendation. If you did want to go over 250,000, we could take that into account because we would want that advisement from you guys.
So if that happens, would we just call another special meeting like we did on the?
We could potentially do that, or we could potentially do that.
Well, that's the concern too, is this going to drain all opportunities for other projects in the state? Because
if it's a significant amount, then we would seek your advisement. You know, at that 350,000, if that's what we plan to use, then definitely, I don't think that you guys would be, you know, according to this, that you would be concerned about that. But if it's more than seek advisement, and we could call it more, we could call it a meeting, that would be helpful. The person referred to is Cheryl.
Yeah. Yes. So Maureen and I, we try to figure out the exact amount on this account. For some reason, it's very difficult. $1 million threshold. Yeah. So generally there will be funding. Because like that 3675, that's just how much we received this year. I haven't even gotten the actual account balance at the start of the fiscal year, which was July 1st. So it's likely there's likely more in there that can influence this. This is just, I know that we have this funding in there. So that's why I put this time. We'll know more.
I feel like that's a great idea though, Chase, that if it's gonna go over the $350,000 mark, then bring people in the conversation. We're in that normal mark.
That's the video session.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think everyone's been responsible to do that quickly.
Yeah.
So that's what my next step would be, is to basically figure what is the cost going to be. And then if it's going to be more than that 350,000,
yeah,
what's been requested, then we can go from there and actually get some advice from our team.
Okay. And as an avid user of the that canyon, thank you.
It's been the whole long summer trying to get everything done, site visits, lots of communication, you know, frustrations on everyone's end. But we definitely need to see that this is important.
So important. And that's just such an awesome area too. I mean, working in that area for years, the thing that I love the most about it is how much involvement we had and have with World Drive community. I mean, several of those routes up there are adopted by World Drive groups, clubs. I mean, it's a phenomenal area with a ton of support behind it and a ton of value and use. So it's really cool.
Good job for everyone.
Yeah.
Toughest thing to do on MPLD is decide which might help in Kurt's crew or G crew.
Yeah.
Which trail am I going to help?
Yeah. Which is amazing. Such a good example of that.
Well, there's no concern. That's my approach. That's
Yes. I got photos of the washout. If anyone wants to see them.
I've visited.
Okay, are we done with our list? We need to formally approve the list then.
Yes. So I can present my screen to show kind of an overview. Show everyone kind of like what the totals are. Ignore the used and leftover, those weren't calculating right, so I actually needed them. But ultimately, this go around, if we recommend all of these, would be 815, 498, 83. That leaves us with a ballpark figure of $2.86 million left. Okay. So, and then I can see those percentages again, what it was broken down between trail burn. Yeah, so this, well.
Does that include the Puffer Lake thing?
No.
That was on last year's meeting.
Sorry, hold on. I don't even have to do this stuff right now. No, that ain't it. I'll get those percentages. Yeah. Just showing up. Yeah. So, I mean, actually, no, it's different. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I have like I know what I'm doing. So, so it looks as though we funded all of them. And one of them is contingent. The Jordan OHV Life project is contingent on our findings. But yeah, this is the
discussion we had. We didn't.
I don't think so. One was
Wants to say. Values.
Yeah. We talked about it.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to the recommended OHV recreation grants for the summer fiscal year 25.
I have a hard time hearing you guys because you sound like there's two voices talking all the time.
It's because there is always two voices talking at the same time, and I think one of our owls. Oh, that could be it. Okay, do you want to repeat that?
I will entertain a motion to approve the recommended OHV recreation grants for the summer fiscal year 25. Fiscal year.
I can say that.
Just say, I
make the motion.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Uh-oh.
That was Brody who seconded.
I said aye. Not to the opposed, to the approved.
Sorry, I'm going too quick. I just need to get out of here, right?
I know. I'm like,
I'll vote yes as well. We need a break before we go on to the next.
is it okay if we take a like 5-minute break? Yes.
We're
taking 5 minutes.
Next item on, which is grant discussion and other items.
Right. So this includes the October site visit. It's been requested that we amend the date. I would also really appreciate that, so I can go to Maine and visit my friend. But Brody, I believe it was your suggestion because it coincided with Jamboree. I put some new date options. Again, I'm open to alternative date suggestions. Also, Brody mentioned maybe going to Marysville and seeing some of the fire damage that's been going on there and show our support to a smaller community.
What were the?
I can pull that up. But Brody, do you want to talk on this?
The site visit that was to be determined where was scheduled for October 4th. That is the closing day of the Beaver Jamboree, which several of us are, Fred and I are actually guiding at. And so we were hoping that we could move that Friday to another Friday, maybe the 11th or the 18th, if that would work out for anybody else. We thought about maybe seeing if we could go to Marysville and get a little tour of some of the damage that was done to the wall during the Silver King fire. Any thoughts?
Not the 18th.
Not the 18th.
Yeah, those are the new date suggestions.
So not the 18th.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
When is UEA week?
Oh, wait.
At least for us. I don't know if they were.
It's statewide, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be.
I don't think so.
14th through the 18th.
I think
Well, in the
spring breaks-
spring, maybe in the spring break's different.
Spring is different
Yeah.
district to district, but I think UEA is statewide.
Our fall break is the 14th.
And I'll be in Minnesota.
So the 11th?
Yeah, it looks like September 20th, if we wanted to do it sooner. The 11th, the only conflict is Indigenous Peoples Day.
So September 20th is the Rocky Mountain Jamboree in Richfield. We'll be guiding us. Sorry, you got your ATV guy and your safety guy. We're going to be guiding at that. So.
The question is, why is there so many jamborees?
Yeah, we got a ton of them all.
It's the time. That's where these communities make a lot of money and get a lot of people to come visit them. So,
Do we think Marysville and would be like snowy on October 25th?
October 25th.
What was wrong with the 11th?
Yeah, what was wrong with the 11th?
It might be cold and snowy.
Oh, I don't think there's any. Wait.
Oh, do the 11th?
October 20th. Actually, Paiute County does a poker run on the 26th. And so I don't think they've ever had snow that I can recall when they've done that. So the 25th would work out. It'd be a little bit cooler, but not too bad.
That's the 11th.
I'll be guiding a Jeep Jamboree on the 25th.
Okay.
The 11th?
How does the 11th?
11th works.
Why don't we just go all do our own thing and then send pictures in?
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
let her rip.
Do we want to try for the 11th? Does majority, does that work?
Yeah.
Yes. I got a motion.
You need a motion?
Or is that just a discussion?
Yeah, I put it as an action item.
It is an action item?
Yeah.
Could you do it in September?
Don't be 11th.
September.
September 7th.
September is crazy.
Okay, I was throwing other things
This is
out.
literally the only weekend I have off.
You're not going to, you're not going to be in,
No, the 11th.
You're not going to be in.
Okay, it's an action item, so I'll entertain a motion
No, I
to
put it in
change the date
December.
for the October site visit. To the 11th.
I'd like to propose that we change the October site visit to October 11th.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Brody, seconded by Michelle. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Very good. Next item is the council dates for 25. We deciding that now?
Sorry, I'm just updating this.
You had other items.
We,
Says grant description and other item. Oh, I'll cover them.
Reserve those are subcategories.
Okay.
Getting there.
sorry. Okay,
I'm gonna say that's my wife's birthday, so I gotta have her with. I'll be dead meat.
this is for 2025. The reason why there's not more is kind of one of my vision topic ideas is changing this to every 6 months versus kind of back to back. Because time and time again, we do see far less during this cycle than we do the other cycle. So I'm thinking, again, I want input from it, but maybe just separating it where it's like 6 months each. So we do like a spring and a fall one. So that's why there's not additional dates.
Thoughts on that? You want to discuss?
At a later.
I'm thinking, I like the idea of, I don't like that just this close together. But also, let's say if we have the first one is try to have it early in the year to get the funding out for spring usage if we possibly can. So that would entail it being like in January or something.
What about like maybe like a January 15th date that closes March 15th?
Could we get the funding out by the 1st of March, you think? If it was approved by the 15th?
I don't want to be like
the date for this year.
That's a great question.
March 31st.
Yeah.
I would say please note earlier than 31st because like everything's due.
Yeah.
Right, because now it's like RTB, RRI, this one, they're all due like in March now. And it's kind of wild, honestly, to try to get all those applications in the same.
But if you have.
Well, we did it in November or something.
In the fall.
Yeah, we did a fall.
And then they would get funding even if they needed to do design work or something through the winter.
That would give you plenty of time to get it out.
You hate it that they all close on the same day. We have so many grants, so.
I mean, like, we're great. It just, like, this year RTB surprised us because we typically have more time with that. So we were like, oh, no, we got to get that one out at the same time. We got to get all these other ones out. So it made it a little while. But I just say, please note earlier than March. Yeah. But the November date is probably better. I still think you're going to see a lot less applicants during that.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
In the summer.
People are wrapping up summer programs and closing everything out, doing year end accomplishment reporting, and we're closing out of all of our grants.
But I don't think it would be much different from what we're experiencing now.
Agreed. You might get a little more in November.
Yeah, I just think like for turnaround time, it's fast. Easier. Yeah, we still want to have two, you know, it's definitely beneficial, but
it's fast, right now between the two.
Way better than quarterly.
Yeah, quarterly is crazy.
So, do we want to do any of these dates work for everyone? For anyone? 25th does?
That sounds good.
April 25th. There is Easter on the 21st, and then the 23rd through 24th is the Utah Trails Forum. So I got some of our federal partners, potentially Clipco will be there. So where is that going to be this year? That's a great question. Patrick, do you know where the Utah Trails Forum will be next year? Kanab?
Yeah, it's going to be in Kanab.
We could have it. Can we do it?
This is next year,
I guess.
or we have one.
Let's see, I want to do it in Moab
Just stay one more day.
on the 18th.
Moab does want to show us their program. They really want to show us what they're doing.
I'll be there on the 18th and I don't have a trail that night.
18th.
Is that Jeep Safari Week? I don't want to be there.
Too close to Easter. That's Easter weekend.
Yeah, no.
I'm just, I'm leading trails every day, but Monday and Friday this year.
Hard pass.
Oh.
What about May 2nd?
That's the Southwest 100 and I do stuff out there. So.
What about April 11th?
That, would we be able to have that quick turnaround time? I mean, if we adjusted the dates to open, and I know Cheryl against it closing on like March 15th.
That's everything's due.
Yeah.
So it's currently due on the 31st. Is that the?
Or
yeah, it says it right there.
Yeah, and RTP closes on the same day. So we be doing motorized RTP and over in that April meeting.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Was the 25th working before I opened my Yap about the 18th? Or was that
Would you guys be open to having it in Canam? Because some of us will be there for the Utah Trail Forum.
I think you can just do a virtual in-person option like ours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not that I can virtually.
Yeah, because I'll be in Canam and I'll just dip down there or just come back.
That's a great place to ride as well. Just saying.
And a great time.
Are you actually going to show up and ride with us this time, Eric?
That's fair.
I'm listening to your October dates, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to be in Thailand. There's nothing's not going to work. I'm going to be here. So I'm just like,
when's the big ride in April?
What ride?
The big ride.
They haven't started planning the big ride.
They can work around us.
Well, they usually do it in the summer. The only reason why they switch it to spring was because of the location of the swim. Right. But typically they either not do it.
Is there anything going on in Moab the week of the 25th?
I don't know.
Well, that's just crazy.
Yeah, you got the car show coming out pretty close after Safari, but I don't.
Moab's normally open the week after the Easter Jeep Safari.
Okay. I just asked because I know that.
Joe said the big ride was in July, in July.
Do we have a motion or anything?
Should we settle on a date? 25th?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's happening on the 25th of that month?
April.
It's discussed to have the next grant review meeting on April 25th, 2025, location to be determined. And I will entertain a motion. So we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Seconded by Scott. Motion by Brett, seconded by Scott. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
This is an OHV grant meeting, right?
Yes. Good. You'll send out invites.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, over vision meeting, kind of what we
That's what I've kind of been discussing throughout.
did this morning.
Yeah.
During public comment.
It's kind of coming down the pike. I just wanted to really mention it, let people know kind of what it's going to entail. We're kind of thinking about like what's working, what's not working. Really rethinking stuff that may also involve potentially legislative stuff if it gets to that point. So I want to almost do like a pre-division one where it's division staff and then bring it to you guys for like the finalized version. So that we're not just like kind of wasting time. I haven't picked out any dates for that yet. It will be before the new year.
Okay.
Again, it could be a 2-hour virtual meeting. It's nothing crazy. Yeah.
Okay, keep us posted on that.
Also, that should not. Okay. Oh, it's done. Okay.
All right, Chase, it's 4:45. We need a program update as thorough as you can be.
If you said it like that, I'm gonna take extra. Just kidding. Rachel, I sent you a link, about the trail crew update. You will open that up and show everybody. So, because we've had such awesome questions about our trail crew, I'll tell you exactly what we've been doing in a good format that you guys can hopefully just see exactly the awesome work that they've been doing. So just scroll down slightly. So this is a good snapshot view of what we're doing. So keep going down. Of some of the projects that we've been doing. So this is a good visual representation on the Paiute ATV trail system of clearing trails right there. So that'd be, I believe, maybe Converse Crude and Richfield. If you go down a little bit more, there's another visual representation down on the Beaver Ranger District. That's cool. Right? How do you do that?
I don't know, but I didn't agree.
It's graphics. So that'd be one of our other motorized trail systems. And then of course, because we have multiple funding resources, we work on some non-motorized trails.
I like the lead.
Go down, there's another one on the bridge. So I'll say we realize the perception of what the trail crew is doing. We need to tell the story, and this is what we've not adjusted to. This is what we've been working on all year round to make sure that the story is told of exactly what they're doing. So if we go down, we can actually see some good numbers, especially locations where we've been working. So this is our August report, but up to date. So this year you can see exactly on the heat map exactly where we've been working, and our trail crews are located in Moab, Richfield, down by Parowan and Cedar City, and then up by Salt Lake. So you can see they're generally close to the areas they're traveling from, and we've had over 70 projects completed, and the length of trail work is around 243 miles. And you can see the percentages right now, where 53% of our work's been on motorized trail systems, and 40% has been on non-motorized. And we continually watch that to make sure that we're splitting around that half amount of what we're working on. We realize there's a definite huge need for this trail crew, and we're just one of many other trail crews that help out our land managing agencies. And we know that that list is pretty big. So hopefully our requesters can be as patient, and the ones that did request specifically to social media, we've definitely helped out some of those ones that had concerns to make sure that the priority gets to the top of the list there.
And you can also, like, I'm just looking at this, you can click on them. You zoom in, they'll turn back in time, so they'll be zoom to.
A huge credit to our trail crew supervisors that are actually out there on the ground, but also being able to tell the story. Jared Anderson, it's a huge credit to actually be able to place these on the map. And then Carly Lynch is the Trails Program Director, who is actually the supervisor over those crews. And I'm in an advising role to make sure that these funds are spent appropriately from the OHV side. So hopefully this tells a good story. And this is publicly available. I think we've been sending them out.
It looks like it. I don't know if it's posted on their website or anything.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
We are going to do some more direct messaging to make sure that everyone knows the work we've been doing, and that we're properly using the appropriate funds for this, because that's obviously a big question. And I will say the work speaks for itself, because it's our trail crew supervisors that are actually doing the work.
Capability, when you scroll to like the different regions, it focuses in on those areas.
So do I gotta be friends with your GIS person within your division?
Yeah.
Richfield,
Seriously, a cool site.
Ross Cooper's down by Cedar City, and then right now Anthony Ash is taking over, not taking over, but he's helping out Moab until we hire. This is our trail crew. All the regions combined, they've been doing some training together. And this is kind of the history of the trail crew. One of them was actually first established. So there is significance in the history of the trail crew, definitely we're bringing it back to a more capable resource for our land managing agencies, and they have been using them quite frequently. So hopefully this provides a good picture of what they're actually doing. And I'm super proud of them. They're doing good work. We just need to make sure the work is being told.
By the way, this is on the website. I just opened up a link. Yeah, and it looks like you can have jobs and volunteer opportunities as well. So.
Any questions on trail crew?
Awesome. Thank you guys for what you're doing with that.
Huge credit goes to them. We're just making sure that the work being done properly there. So it's hard work. They're doing it awesome and they love it. When we do see the Northern Region crew come into the office, you know, they look like they've been working hard, but they're smiling when they come in. So
sure, it's hard work, but it's the best.
I've done some trail projects and that's like, that's where I could test it.
What you do is you watch whole truckload of guys that are 70 years old out there pounding posts, and you'll see how hard work is. We're all about dying.
If there is actual concerns, especially from our advisory council, come to us directly, especially me. When I hear messages of it's not worth it to contact me, you know, it is. I will take it and figure out what the problem is, and it might just be a simple communication breakdown that can be easily fixed. So that's where I say reach out so that we can solve the problems there. So moving on to our education side, we've had over 300,000 course completions as of to date for our adult course. That just broke about a month ago on that. So I just want to report that to you. It's still going strong. This year, we're sitting around 65,000 course completions this calendar year, so significantly more. But the total is breaking 300,000 is a huge achievement there.
So we had very many citations with that this year.
I haven't tracked the citations this year. It's been usually one every probably 100, and it's always tied to a more serious offense. Every once in a while, if I do go out in the field to help out, which is not that much, usually it's tied to like a DUI offense or a trail destruction offense. So something more serious associated with that they should have learned from the course. So not much as far as citation goes, and compliance is still around 90% there. We did switch to OHV digital credentials, so now we have a QR code that goes with this course. If they use their PDF cert, they can actually download it to their actual Google Wallet, and that's an option. They don't have to, but it's definitely a benefit to just find it in a more convenient place, just like a ticket that you either go to the airport or a concert or a jazz game, and those would be a similar wallet applicability for this. We launched our new question.
Yeah, so is that live right now?
Yes, it's live. If you didn't get your email, you probably didn't take the course, Eric, so I suggest you take the course and you get email.
Dude, I've taken my course.
You probably did you pass? Yeah.
Just kidding. No, if you haven't received an email, we will have an option on our website that we're working on right now. You can download that credential and place in your wallet. It works with Android or Apple. So that is live, and we've had thousands of downloads. I don't know the exact number, but we've had thousands of downloads on that option. So
great. That's awesome.
We just launched our new youth course online. It's not compatible, but more like our adult course. It's still longer because we want to provide some other resources. Fred Christensen helped us with the development of that course, and it provides a lot of the same things that our adult course provides, as well as some of those hands-on application, at least getting it through that online resource. So that just happened in the last month. Future projects that we have going on right now is potential snow grooming revamp of how we actually implement the snow grooming program. We'll still implement it the same way. We'll just bring more mapping capabilities and resources there to provide some better information to our snowmobile users. And we're adding some other educational resources, hands-on opportunities that might extend to side-by-sides as well. On some of those market there. So those will be our next relatively closer future projects. We do have a lot of them. So that's everything going on in the program right now, and in the future. And definitely, if there's any advisements on any direction that our council members see us needing to move towards, I would like to hear them. We can even discuss that right now shortly.
Any suggestions, John? I have one quick question. Facts. The process, let's say, for example, I was going to move out of state and I was taken off the council during midterm in my position here. How would I be replaced? What would be the process of being, you know, I guess I'm asking about Laura leaving, and I'm not sure the process.
So for Laura and for our federal agencies, it's really just a recommendation on
They feel in the position with, well, ours would be different.
Yes. It would be pretty much what we've done in the past where people apply, like you can give a recommendation.
So if I was saying today I'm on my last day and you would just do the same thing, would apply for another person to fill in, and the application for service or any of the other agencies, they would just fill in that. Okay. That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like. Did you want to vote on me being up here?
You know. I see the northern lights, but that's the other time, you know, I'm going to someplace. I'm going to stay here.
If there's no other insurance, real quickly, how was this cycle? Like, did the information that I provided for you, was it sufficient? Was it helpful? Did it work? Did it not work?
Only having 4 was great.
I know. But is there any recommendations or?
I'd still really like to review. I'd really love to review all the Forest Service apps, even if it means I get more to review.
Good to know.
So it would just really help me because I think even on a lot of these ones, I could have made some calls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted.
So yeah, that would be amazing.
And I guess the only thing I would add, I'm just like looking at the spring flow, right? The entire week before this, I'm going to be literally out in the boondocks every single day. So getting the full thing and then having time to review it.
We usually send them out. I try to send them out like the day after it closes. Well, usually the next weekend. So it usually closes. It depends on when it closes. But usually at least the business day after. So I try to leave at least 3 weeks for review.
Okay. And 80% of that is me going, oh shit, it's due Monday. Pardon my French. But like, I don't know. I was looking at that cycle, and I mean that, like, if we have it on that 25th, I think if we went to literally, I'll have to have them done that first week because I will have no time.
Yeah, and there will also be RTP, and I can make sure that the person, Evan, who you met earlier, will be on top of that, getting them.
And I can just be a new problem. I'll just do them on Easter Sunday. We're not big Easter Sunday people. We've already done our thing in Moab, so it's Sunday we're sleeping. So
We're reviewing.
Next year, you're gonna be reviewing. Anything else?
Actually, a good process.
Unless there's some advice from our council on some of the direction they'd like to see our program go.
We appreciate it.
Yeah,
I will entertain final motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. No, you did it a second time.
All third.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the watch.
Yeah.
And the snacks.